ready? All right. So it's August 12th, 2025, 6 p.m. We're going to call our public hearing to order. Has everybody signed the sign-in sheet? Everybody that's in the room? Yes. Citizens input, that was for this, correct? Or was that for a regular session?
That's for one's for regular and one's for non-agenda related. So those will both be for regular sessions.
I don't need those yet. So no citizens input for our public hearing, correct?
I do not have any.
Is there anybody out there who wants to speak during our public hearing? No?
Well, I may have a question or two.
Well, we can't answer any questions. As far as that goes, we can let people speak, but we cannot banter back and forth or answer questions, unfortunately.
Okay. How do I get those answers?
Right up here.
The only way that the council could,
We're here in regards to the Denver project.
the only way the council could talk back and forth to a citizen or anyone would be for them to get on the agenda. And then all your questions sometimes could be answered by coming up and talking to City Hall representatives as well. But if you do want to speak, or if you want to put your questions out there for people to know, then they could be answered out of here. Any one of the council members could talk to you outside of here after the meeting is over, or myself, and I don't mind doing that either.
All right.
So you're more than welcome if you would like to speak. All you have to do is fill out a piece of paper, and you could explain to us your 3 minutes worth of whatever.
Encourage you to do that.
And
I will.
we would love you, if you want to do that, please
All right.
just get with these ladies and they can fill you can fill something out. Yes, ma'am.
During the public hearing, can't they ask questions though, related to the property that's on the public hearing?
We can't really banter back and forth though, even still.
I wasn't sure about that
Unless
part.
I'm wrong, but our attorney isn't here, so we would ask her.
Okay.
But I don't mind you coming up and speaking,
She said no.
and if somebody slips up and we say something, we might do that.
The forms are right up there.
You can go ahead and speak and fill it out.
Yeah, you can fill it out afterwards. If you will, just state your name,
Bruce
and where you live in our city, and
Favinger, Favinger, and I'm at 302 Dover.
You can go ahead and speak, sir. And we can
yeah,
figure
you
this
can
out
speak.
afterwards.
You can fill that out afterwards.
All right. Here. Well, I don't know precisely what's proposed, because I didn't get the letter, but I understand that across the street from me, they're planning on building duplexes for renters. I have several concerns. Number one, you have a residential neighborhood of single-family homes. I really don't want renters across the street from me. Number two, and that's for obvious reasons. Number two is the drainage issue. It's bad as it is, but if they do build across the street, they're gonna have to pad those things up. And that water's gotta go somewhere. Now, if it stays kind of in the swampy area that's across the street, which they will have to pad up, that water's gonna drain right over into our property. That is a great concern, and the question I have is if we're unable to stop the duplex building, how are we gonna get the infrastructure in there to solve the drainage issues? Which we have already, but we can tolerate. But more water comes, we've got a real problem. That's basically all I have to say at the moment. Unless anybody can answer questions, or answer, my concerns.
I hear exactly what you're saying. What I will say is if somebody builds anything, they do have to meet certain TCEQ and, well, in your area, no Sabine. I don't think there's any Sabine, but there are requirements that they have to achieve for the water displacement, for all that. I mean, there is something that has to go into that.
Okay. And
That was not in place the past, say, 40 years in our city.
Christy
Okay,
is
are we
on.
going to have be informed of how this is gonna take place and what they're gonna do? I mean, is it going to, we're just gonna have to assume that they're gonna take care of it, or is it going to be a process where we can absolutely?
Well, it would all be done by engineering. Engineering would be involved, and what I'm gonna tell you is in the past, our city has not had that included.
Okay.
It's all been, I guess the best way for me to put it is on a brother-in-law thing, right? We hired somebody that knew how to build a house or knew how to do some plumbing, and they were the inspector, and that's what, everything got built to that code, right? We were following a national building code, but it was to that person's understanding. Christy, were you gonna say something?
Did you
No.
hear me?
She muted herself again. I believe she muted herself.
We have an engineer that's on
Yeah, she's on virtually, but she's.
virtually, and I think she was maybe gonna say something, but
Maybe not.
okay, maybe she wasn't. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Rena Coppinger. I also live at Dover, and I just wanted to express my concerns with this project of putting 17 homes on brick streets into our neighborhood. We moved into our house in Christmas of 2021, and we loved the neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood. There's a handful of us. Everyone's very quiet. Everyone's very nice. Everyone thinks their yard's nice. And Tawakoni, that's a hard thing to find. And we've invested a lot of money into our home. It was not a cheap home. It was very pricey for us. It's extremely upsetting, and I'm sure you can hear in my voice that this is a potential project that's about to take place in our neighborhood. When we already have a sewage issue. Our entire neighborhood floods like crazy. I know that we just covered that, but I don't know if you guys are aware of the flooding issues that we have in our neighborhood and the sewage issues that we have in our neighborhood. We have to call Tawakoni several times a year to have you guys come out and fix those issues. Not to mention the wildlife and preservation that will be destroyed. We're already seeing it with some of the homes that are coming in. We've had 3 homes built in our neighborhood in the last year. We're already seeing the wildlife diminished and moving out of our neighborhood, and that's one of the reasons we also fell in love with our neighborhood. The first time we drove the road, we got to see deer and wildlife. So as somebody who fell in love with the neighborhood, fell in love with our home, this is extremely upsetting that this project could potentially take place in our neighborhood. There's other places to go, and I just don't see why this should happen in an existing neighborhood when there's a lot of land to walk in, so.
Thank you. I need to get her to fill out one of those as well. This is on record.
Yes.
Is that all of our citizens' input?
No, so we have one more.
One more? Yeah, we need to make sure we get him
Yes.
a sheet actually back.
Roof State. I've lived there since 2008. And I'm gonna try to say this politely. The sewer system sucks there. The drainage ditch sucks there. And them putting duplexes in would kill everything. Your city sewer can now handle it. The water pressure sucks down there. So I don't know if y'all allow it. I'm thinking about selling my shit and getting out.
Same.
Good, that's all I gotta say.
So there's, what I heard was a backup of what was said. I mean, it's conduit. Sounds like they're all on the same page. Okay. Yeah, let's make sure we get,
Yes. If before you guys leave, if y'all don't mind filling out this sheet here.
That way it just keeps us legal.
Has all
If
our
anybody
charges.
ever
This
asks,
is someone else too.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
sir. yes. That way if anybody ever asks out there, well, who was the person that spoke? And if we don't have it on record, then we're kind of held a little bit liable. So, okay,
And then you wanna
So-
note the 3 letters that we have?
Yeah, you know, right.
I thought you said there was gonna be somebody here to read them.
There was supposed to be.
So we received three different letters from 3 different citizens. One from Jimmy Van Huss. One was from Roy Reed. And the other one was from
Something
Debbie Heron.
happened.
We do have all 3 of these letters. They will be on record. If anybody ever would like to see them, have them, read them, whatever, all you'd have to do is request that here at the City Hall. I don't know if you guys got them or not.
I just printed ones if you want to pass them
Okay.
out.
These letters are they're part of the record of this meeting. And, you know, just as the 3 people that are here, and we appreciate you guys coming and voicing your opinion, that's kind of what matters. These letters were sent in, I guess, with the expectation or the assumption for us to read them. And, I mean, unfortunately, by law, that's not something that we're gonna have to do. And if you think about it, if we said we were gonna do that and we got 100 letters, we would be here all night reading 100 letters. So if you appease one, then you must appease all, right? And so I'm saying that to say that we will not be reading those letters, but they are here. If anybody ever wants to see them, they're open records. So, but I will say, just like everybody that's came here tonight and volunteered their time to be here, if a person has a voice and they want to speak, I would urge them to come to our meeting and speak. So that takes us out of our citizens' input and takes us into number 4, which is our public hearing. The first one is 4A, replat 121 Dover Drive, West Tawakoni, Texas, 75474, which we're actually missing 4 there. I don't know if you guys seen that. Legal description is S2157B, tree investment. Addition, lot 12, and it's 1.717 acres. Property ID is 238505 and 205 Dover Drive. And that's not the one. West Tawakoni, Texas, 75474. Legal description is S215B, tree investment addition, lot 11 acres is 1.102. Property ID is 23850. These are zone single family 2, SF2. The request is to grant a replat on the 2 properties into 17 lots with 3 streets. Let me check a note here real quick. Sorry, I was checking a note because there is a 212 that was on our agenda that,
So the 212 was a typo on the letter, everything on the agenda and the public notice was
I just want to
correct.
make sure, because there was that question, I wanted to make sure I brought that up because I was contacted by a citizen, so. Anyway, anybody got anything, is there anything?
I have a question.
They're not here. I
They're
sent
not?
you guys the plans though. They're supposed to be here.
Oh.
They are not here at the moment.
If they're not here, it's not important. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it, but if the council, I mean, that's my opinion, but I don't have a vote, so.
I have
You
one
guys-
question though.
If you got questions on it, y'all talk about it.
I only saw 15 lots.
Same for me. I
So
only counted 15.
when they originally did their request, it was 17. They removed 2 houses and put a retention pond in
Okay, the other
So the
to
question,
help
Changed
with
to
the
15.
drainage issues.
the other question I have is I've heard duplexes several times.
I don't know anything about duplexes. They were all single family
I don't see
homes.
duplexes on the proposed
There were
Single
not.
families.
Single-family homes is what I see on, but I only see 15.
Yes.
Yes.
15 is what I currently have, and that may actually change because during planning and zoning, we realized a couple of the lots were not large enough. So that number of homes may actually decrease again.
Yeah, because we'd already changed it once because of the cul-de-sac.
Different one,
Yes.
different property.
Okay.
So this has to be rewritten, right?
You guys have never seen this property.
So I have one more question on the, if you pull up the Hunt County CAD on this particular piece of property, they don't own the property that they're building on.
On 121 and 205,
121 and 205 Dover.
They do.
It's, I mean, I printed it because I had that exact question was,
the person that was supposed to speak has a letter from the owners of the property to represent them.
okay, because they're not under the CAD, they don't own the piece of property they're talking about. They own part of it, but not all of it.
There was only 2 lots.
But they're not the same size as their drawing. I might be out of my mind, and I could be wrong, but I pulled it up on the CAD. Come look at what
I
I
was gonna say, I don't have the drawing in front of me, because I
I
sent it to
do.
you guys, and I expected them to come with large.
That is the development, correct?
Okay, so they do not own this piece right here.
Correct.
They do not own this piece here.
Okay. So if you look at
They
2A,
have,
if you look at
oh,
2A,
that's a horrible picture.
I know, but it's the best I have. It's 205 is
I was
the,
gonna say, I gotta figure out where we're at here.
this right here.
We're over
205.
here.
It's this one right here. 505, 238, 505. Right? That's based on this right here, 238, 505. Okay? It's this piece of property right here. Okay? This right here goes
And then
all
there's
the
a
way in.
weird, yeah.
Goes all the way in back of that, and those 3 properties are not under this person's name. The developer. And I just looked it up an hour ago.
Yes, I have a copy of that.
Because these are not,
There's that
these
one. I don't wanna
properties,
read that.
this property here is, that's like a right of way right there
It
off
is,
of
it's part
Dover.
of theirs.
right? And that right
Which would
there,
be this.
which would be that, right, which would be this right here.
Put in your
This
stuff.
property right here does not belong to the same people that this property belongs
Hold on, I gotta go get a better picture of that.
to. Okay?
I mean,
That's,
I would say without them here to be able to discuss it or talk about it, then
Don't live there forever. Property, do you?
Yeah.
Can't answer, but what was you saying? I can probably tell you, because I've lived there since 2008.
but I mean, I'm just saying,
I agree.
if they're not here and we can't ask them for clarification on this, to me, it's,
And when it comes
It's
to
a
the
good point.
agenda, item, we'll have to take it. You know, I'm not the property list.
well, we can't make decisions here
I
either.
understand. I understand.
Can I say something for planning and zoning?
Yes, ma'am.
They might want to
I
read it.
think
I'm
this
just
is the
trying, I didn't know
one,
what you were saying to me.
I think this is the one when we were at planning and zoning that the dimensions weren't adding up to what they had on their plan either, so I think that's the same one. There's 2 of them here, I don't think that's the same one.
Lot 11, where it goes behind those 2 houses, where the old concrete plant used to be.
Anyway, they were gonna redo some stuff, that's probably why they're not here.
Well, now that he's walking back up, I was gonna say, probably only 3 people in this room remember there being a concrete plant. And he's probably one of them.
Do we want to move on to the next one, or?
I mean,
I'd like to hear what's going on here, because this is the first I've heard of that. But
I don't
at
know
the
how
end of
we
the
make-
day, we're gonna end up having to table it.
yeah, I mean, well, and this one, this is no
Yeah, in the regular
vote or
meeting.
anything right now, but in the regular meeting, you're right. I mean, I don't know how we can make a decision if we can't discuss with them. This is the first time we've been presented this, right? Was everybody fair with moving to 4B?
Same,
Which is actually
Same
part of
thing.
it.
I know,
same thing.
I know, it's the same thing, I'm just saying, we'll just keep
Yep.
moving to it. We're talking about the same thing because we gotta mention it twice in in this
Yep.
meeting, in this setting, right?
Right.
So we're just gonna keep on moving past it. So I'll take us to 4C, conduct a public hearing to receive public comments regarding recommendation to the city council for adoption of a new comprehensive plan and future land use map in accordance with the state law for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Plan and future land use map are to be applied citywide and in a extraterrestrial jurisdiction, or ETJ, as applicable. And I think that's what we're gonna have you guys for.
I can speak.
It's the same thing. It's so, yeah, well, I did, but I didn't. I just talked about it for just a second and explained that we were gonna be pushing that back.
Christy, I don't know if you want to speak on this from Jacob Martin's side. Okay. Go ahead. So
I can speak to anything that has to do with the infrastructure engineering portion of the comp plan.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure she was here with us for this discussion. So if y'all remember correctly, a year ago now, y'all partnered with Jacob Martin to do a comprehensive planning project. We've come to y'all multiple times with that comprehensive plan. We've come to y'all multiple times with different maps, as you can see around the room, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Today is just kind of that last final stamp on both the plan and on the map that is sitting in front of you. To say, you know, we did the plan, now we're going to adopt it. We're going to work on trying to do the things that are recommended to us in this plan, both from an engineering standpoint from Jacob Martin and from a general welfare standpoint from public management. And then additionally, this future land use map would go into effect in regards to zoning decisions in the future. And just for y'all's, you know, understanding and for future clarity, this will also be what we start working off of as we start, PMI starts our zoning contract that we have with the city that will be starting next month. And I can answer any questions or comments that y'all might have on this topic. I know I've shown y'all this map half a dozen times now, and we've discussed the plan about half a dozen times, but if y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to hear them. We showed all this to P&Z last week as well, and they gave their go-ahead to move forward with it, but I wanted to give the public and y'all additional time, as we should per state statutes. So. And there's also a copy of the draft comprehensive plan for everybody in case they had questions. Yep. We wanted to note on.
Can you guys speak to any change that we might have made, like change moving forward as far as stuff that we talked about versus what this looks like and what we used to look like?
Yeah, so here on the left, this map that has the gray background, that is the existing land use map. So when we came out middle of 2024, we came out and we did a full assumption of y'all's existing land use. We looked at every single parcel in town, marked what it was looked as from a windshield survey. So if they were using it for commercial purposes, residential purposes, or maybe agricultural purposes, we put that down on the map. From there, the public management team went back in our office and from our planning knowledge that we have put together the future land use map, which is what y'all have in front of y'all. This map is kind of what you would think of as the city 20 years from now. If you had no limitations, no restrictions, what would y'all want the city to look like? While still keeping things realistic, making sure we're taking into consideration things like the water system, et cetera, to make sure we're not, you know, setting the city up for failure. The main things that changed / were kind of up in discussion a lot throughout this process with both the council and with P&Z is the use of the light green, so the recreational areas. That was created to handle West Tawakoni's large recreational standing as a city. Being a lakefront town, you'll have a bunch of recreational use, so we wanted to make sure that was well represented and planned for in the future to keep what makes West Tawakoni beautiful, beautiful. Additionally, the other changes that happened were we went ahead and added a new multi-use area that was discussed by council last time I was here and was added to the far left of the city limits. And then Additionally, the industrial area to the far right of the city limits towards the bridge was also added due to discussions with council. And then lastly, manufactured housing throughout the entire city was cleaned up into manufactured subdivisions through discussion with council and P&Z. Those would be the main changes that you would see differing from y'all's current existing land use to the future. And then two last things that we added, we also turned anything that abutted the current major roadway within the city, we turned that commercial. That is just kind of general planning 101, what a lot of cities do to be able to up your tax base and up, your highway frontage potential. And we also added in some mixed use development areas that were being planned for whenever we first started this discussion about 6 months back. So those were the main discussion areas and points that we touched on while creating this map. And I think it would also be a good point now to discuss with y'all that future land use maps are ever-changing documents. So while you are signing this into effect, and this is, what the city should start making its recommendations based on of today moving forward, if there was something that came up that required a change or discussion, that is allowed. It is not like y'all are signing yourselves into a 20-year lease on this, on this map. Changes are allowed. They have their own process. That will be something that I start, teaching y'all about, and we start discussing how that process works whenever we get into zoning next month. But yes, don't think that you're signing your life away to the map in front of you. It is just the best version that we have from all the discussions up to this point.
I'll go ahead and add to that from the engineering standpoint. We haven't had any changes since we presented the draft to you guys the first time. And I just want to reiterate what Caitlin was saying is that any of our improvements that we have listed there are just their guidelines, right? It's a planning document that can help the city going forward, but you are in no way bound to what's written in the report. It's just used for guidance.
So a year from now, if we want to make some changes, the council can do that, right?
Yes, sir, of course. And I'm also slightly preparing in my own head as we start getting into this zoning process that 6 months from now, whenever we adopt zoning, we might do some minor updates to it if absolutely necessary, to make sure the zoning map that we end up adopting is in alignment with the future land use map, and we'll go through all the proper legal actions to be able to do that. But yes, sir, a year from now, if you decide to make changes, that is more than applicable. Currently, Texas does not have any limitations on years in which you can make changes to the future land use map. However, I say that loosely. That might change in the future to be like you can only make a change once every 2 years. But as of right now, that does not exist. You can change it whenever the city sees fit. And I do want to say thank you to Christy, because just for knowledge, the Jacob Martin side of this has been done for about 4 months now, while we've been figuring out the future land use map. So.
I don't know if everybody's compared them, but I mean, the big change was sort of the lines were cleaned up, if you will, right? Mostly our manufactured homes, and this is just part of gentrification to a city. It's going to happen. You know, there's no way to avoid it because none of us can control who can come in and buy land, right? So. The thing is if we don't do these things, that when someone does come in and buy land and there's none of this, then we will all be really upset, right? Because if somebody, like let's take Banner Edition, for instance. There's been, 20 new houses at least built down there over the past couple years in the Banner Edition, and they're stick-built homes. Right. If we didn't try to clean some of that up, and Banner Edition's not the best example for that because they're still manufacturing housing that's allowed down there. But if you move around in other areas, you look at that map and you look at where there's all the, was it brown, right?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the brown, it's spread out all over our whole entire city. So if you were to come into one of these other neighborhoods that now is over here and you built a really nice house, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but But the issue is all the rules that come along with manufacturing homes, you know, at one point we thought we could limit people to, I don't know, it was a fairly new home. Well, that's not actually the case, right? Which again, that was some of our brother-in-law understanding. So, you know, I mean, at one point, I think our city thought that we could limit somebody to being able to build something out of metal. We can't do that. So, as we've learned over these past 6 years that I've been involved, and I think Chris has been here, there's some things that have came up and we're like, oh my goodness, but we've been doing it all this time. Well, just because that's how you always did it, it doesn't mean that's how it was right. And those are 5 of the most expensive words a person could say. You know, and it's more especially for a city, because the city could be in a sling, a legal sling, because that's how we always did it. So the one thing I'll say is, if you look at them, it's cleaned up a lot, right? And we've blocked these things, and there's been several meetings that I've been involved with. I think several of the council members at some point have been involved with, city employees have been involved with. So this is not something that wasn't done without thought. I appreciate you guys, all y'all's effort, and I can't believe y'all let Jacob and Martin, you know, outdo y'all by 4 months.
Well, technically what ended up happening is we were good 4 months ago. And then somebody came to me and was like, hey, look at our zoning ordinances. And we said, oh. And then y'all signed a contract for zoning.
I said,
I know.
had to make it fun. There was at least one person that laughed, so it worked.
Yeah. And then one other thing I wanted to note, kind of on your whole, you know, spiel of the usefulness of this, is the main reason we adopt future land use is not to make a hardship on the citizens whatsoever. It is to make sure that developers are held accountable for what they're coming into this city to do. Sadly, we work with small cities over Texas every single day. We only work with populations 15K and less for the most part. And developers in today's day and age are taking advantage of a lot of our small communities. There's no other way to say it. And future land use is step number 1 to making sure that that doesn't happen. And so as many tools as we can give y'all, as many tools as y'all can give yourselves to help with that situation, the better.
As a world, we became very good at finding loopholes.
Yes,
and that's
sir.
what the developers are doing. They're coming into these small cities, they're finding the loophole and we're paying.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalize right here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We don't want to become duplicate.
Yeah. If y'all have any other questions, I'd be happy to take them, or we can finish out this discussion.
Got any questions on that?
No.
Okay. Takes us to number 5. Discussion or action to close the public hearing. Everybody go with closing? Okay. We're good with that?
You look.
Yep.
Judge Govan, Brady Community,
Greg Sparky.
Tension.
Chris Burkett.
Who made the motion? Chris? Who seconded it? You? Sure. You got that stuff? All right, we're closed at 6:33. We'll resume back our regular session at 7 p.m. Sure. Appreciate it.
Gravel, it's
Good?
road is actually asphalt.
Okay, so it's 7 p.m. It is still August 12th, 2025, and we're going to go ahead and continue with our regular session. So we're going to call this meeting to order. We'll start with an invocation by Ms. Rhonda Myers, and then we'll go to pledge allegiance after that.
Most gracious Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for this gathering here tonight. We ask that you guide our mayor and council to make good decisions for our city, and that they, along with our city staff and employees, will perform each task to the best of their ability. Father, we pray that you will watch over us as we go about our daily lives. You will watch over our city, our citizens, our state, and our country. We ask all these things in your son Jesus' name.
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Any announcements?
There's one announcement that I listed there.
Okay. So one city announcement is the applications for the deadline for place on the ballot in the city of West Tawakoni for 2025 election is August 19th, 2025. And on the ballot this year will be place 1, place 3, and place 5 are scheduled for election this year. Applications are available at the city hall or by contacting the city secretary. Any other announcements? Well, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I'm Robin Myers. I am the auxiliary president for the Tawakoni Volunteer Fire Department. And I'm here on behalf of our fire department tonight to announce that again this year, on September 11th, which is on a Friday, the fire department, as well as many other fire departments, the hospital district, the county, just units from all over our area will meet down at our station to commemorate the loss of lives of first responders and citizens that were lost on that tragic day. It's going to begin at 6 a.m., sorry. We'll have some dignitaries there. We'll also have Clay Rankin, he's our judge here, he's going to be our keynote speaker. And we're still working out some details. We're going to this year have a military flyer. So just come join us for this it's a very solemn event, but it's also a joyful event because we are celebrating the lives of those who sacrificed and gave all to protect us.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other announcements? So I'll move to number 5, citizens input, 3-minute limit, and we do have 2 agenda related. And then we've got 1 that's non-agenda related that we'll get to towards the end. So we got 2, and so we'll start out with Selena Urban.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'm looking at item D, and it's talking about wanting another boat and RV storage, possibly. And I want to reiterate that land use is limited, and making better use of land would be like for maybe a business that would have things for the golf course, or things for the fishing tournaments, or restaurants, or things along that line, because we already have 3 RV storages just in our little strip right here, and then a 4th one, big one up at the flashing light. And so it's just, I would like to say, as a planning and zoning person, that I would like for us to really look at how we want this area to look as people are driving into our area. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next one is Miss Robin Myers.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Robin Myers. I am a citizen of West Tawakoni. And I'd like to comment on item in new business, number 9, O, and P on tonight's agenda. For many years, our city saw the importance of having a city administrator, yet over the past few years, that position has remained unfilled. I and many others
Can you
feel,
talk a little louder? I can't hear.
I'm sorry?
Please talk a little louder.
Okay. For many years, our city saw the importance of having a city administrator, yet over the past few years, that position has remained unfilled. I and many others feel that it is vital in order for our city to grow and move forward for us to consider the important duties that a city administrator may oversee. Having a city admin is crucial in implementing duties, important in implementing duties to the city council and city council policies, providing oversight of all departments, bringing ideas and opportunities for growth for our city, and helping to ensure that our city's operations run smoothly and efficiently. A city admin may be responsible for helping prepare city budget and play a critical role in allocation of resources, working with our EDC to foster economic development and maintain fiscal responsibility. They are also tasked with managing city personnel, cultivating the workforce, and to help protect our city in emergencies. The city admin helps with the complexities of running our city and is the bridge between our elected officials and their vision for our city. They can transform policy into reality and challenges into opportunities. They ensure that not only our city will survive, but it will thrive, and their role is indispensable. I want to make this clear that the current staff is doing a good job, and they are the backbone of this office in this city hall. They are doing the best that they can, but we all know that they need help, and hiring a city administrator would help with their existing workload. Please seriously consider hiring a city admin. Our city needs their expertise that they will bring to help propel our city's growth and prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was no other citizens input, correct? For agenda related items, okay? That'll take us to number 6, consent agenda items. Has everybody had a chance to go through those? No questions, none of that?
No questions, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
Judge Gobi.
Greg's first.
Tips.
Christopher Kid. Who seconded?
Which one did you get for a second?
Okay.
James.
I think, yeah, James, well, you had 3 seconds, so you're probably pretty good. Take your pick. Yeah. You had 3 seconds, all but Chad, so I don't know if you can figure that one out or not, but there you go. Okay, so that's gonna take us to number 7, old business, discussion and action to approve or deny site plans for 108 Kings Bridge, West Washington, Texas, 75474. Legal description is S2157, Beach Reinvestment Addition, Lot 1, and it is 1.428 acres. Property ID is 101797, and 112 King Bridge Road, West Tawakoni, Texas, 75474. Legal description is S2157, Beach Reinvestment Addition, and it's a 2-acre lot. Or no, I'm sorry, Lot 2, and it's 1-acre lot. Property ID is 238498, zoned single family 2, so SF2. Any discussion on that? That's our old business. Is everybody aware of this one?
Yeah, we went through this before, send it back and back again.
This is the one that Van Cleef threatened to sue, right?
No, that's a whole different, yeah.
This is the one that last time the house was sitting on the property line and we had them go back and move it to where it was supposed to be and add the setbacks in. And not only did they add their setback in on this document, because in planning and zoning, they didn't have the setbacks, but it's been added on this one, and they made their house pad just a little smaller to give a little bit
And this
more
was the big
property
one that you
room.
brought us, right?
Yes,
Yeah. This was the packet
and
right
they're
here.
here.
And they're here if we have any questions. Do we want to give them the opportunity to speak?
We can let them speak, they made our requirements, so.
Do you guys have any questions for the council or anything to say, or, I mean, are you ready to go?
I'm ready for it.
Do we know what the road surface is gonna be?
We can ask them.
What are we making the roads out of?
We're waiting on Jacob and Marian to let us know, what dimensions they need, what thickness, but he wants to get it approved by the city as well.
It says 4 thick,
Depending
inch
on the
thick asphalt.
requirements that you give us, we want to follow those requirements.
4 inch thick asphalt concrete.
So if I
6
read,
inch.
if I read this right, it says chip and seal.
James is saying it says concrete, so that's why I asked the question.
So this one says 4 inch thick asphaltic concrete on 6 inch minimum crushed stone subbase. Is that what it is?
So the floor plan, it says for, asphalt, but I think he wants to do it concrete so the city can, adopt it.
So do we have a way to make sure that it is concrete and not asphalt or chip?
We're waiting on Jacob and Martin to give us the basically the layout of what the restrictions are.
So they're gonna want, when they submit their civil plans, Jacob and Martin, they're gonna want them to come back and say, this is how thick your base
Right.
needs to be.
Give them a
this is-
recommendation
yes.
of what needs to happen.
Yeah, this is just site plan.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Make a motion then?
It's up to you guys.
I make a motion to approve the site plan for 108 Kingsbridge, West Tawakoni, as well as 112 Kingsbridge.
I'll second. Judge Gobi,
Bridgeland.
Davidson.
First Burkett.
Got that? All right, so that takes us to item 7B, discussion interactions to approve or deny solid waste collection contract. And we do have potential for executive session. It's up to you guys. You might have any discussions on that?
So I ran numbers on, and I handed everybody a sheet on the numbers. Blackjack was, the benefit to us was $36,000 cheaper to our citizens over the course of the 5-year plan. If you took the numbers and ran them out over the automatic 3% increase that Sanitation Solutions provided, versus Blackjack having no increase, they both have a CPI increase option. But the automatic 3% made a $36,000 difference overall. Wasn't gigantic for the majority, for a large majority of the people that had one cart. It was $22 each over the course of the 5-year plan, but it was considerable to a commercial business coming in. So overall, $36,000 cheaper to use Blackjack. And they specifically spell out in the contract that they will use single axle trucks, which I feel like, even though that's been spelled out in the previous contract, I really would like to find a way to write into the contract that if they don't use single axle trucks, that we have a recourse. Some way we could find them, do something. I don't know. Lee, can we do that?
Well, we would say it was breach of contract. We don't contract action. We could
Okay.
fine them for it, but we would say it was a breach of contract.
So if I understood your numbers correctly, it essentially, and you just said that, it equates to what would be 3%, right?
Except it's actually a little more than that. It's about 4.5 because it's 3% per year.
Right.
And so overall it becomes, what I look at is the actual dollars, not the percentage.
I guess what I'm saying is we should expect that even with Blackjack, we're probably gonna see an increase as well.
Based on CPI, yes.
Right.
But we would also see that as well as the 3% from, there's an automatic 3% from Sanitation Solutions.
Yeah.
There's not an automatic, if you look at the last 10-year history of the CPI, it's all over the place. In 2022, it was 8%. In 2024, it was 1.7. So they can do it, doesn't mean that they have to. But based on the numbers that were presented, there's an automatic 3% every year.
I appreciate you going through the trouble with that.
Thank you.
I'm a math guy.
Okay, we need some math guys.
I would want to make sure we all make mention that we would definitely want to compare what each we're offering to be sure, because I know when we had our meeting, there was a few things that were talked about. I think it was like some extra dumpsters down at the wastewater plant, right? And we were told, yes, done. I mean, so we want to make sure that we capture all that stuff, right? And all I'm saying is apples to apples, right?
There was a $500 difference between the two scholarships. The franchise fee, the franchise tax, and the donations to the fire department and the library.
Right. So I mean, that's all I would ask, is that we make sure when we make our decision, we're being sure that the city is getting exactly what one was going to give, because that would be what would be fair to the city. And I want to bring the dumpsters up. I think that was very, very important. That's something that's super important to our city. It's a cleanup that is done in our city, and those dumpsters are very, very useful. So
Buy a lot of dumpsters for $36,000.
what's that?
We rent a lot of dumpsters for $36,000.
No, and I totally understand that, right?
Sure.
But again,
I just did the math because it was easier for me to make a decision based on math.
right. But I like it.
I like it. And they agreed to meet all those, so as long as they're in the contract.
Right. We just need to make sure we would define all that, right?
So the motion to be, as long as they agree to the stipulations that were given to them in the last meeting,
Right.
to go with blackjack.
I second that.
That's a motion. And a second.
Judge Kobe.
Greg Sprinkle.
James Shan.
Chris Burkett.
Okay. Looks like it's all the way around, so.
And we will be able to make sure that is in the contract.
Yeah.
Those stipulations.
Well, I mean, the contract's gotta come back to council to approve.
Right.
I mean, as far as the whole contract, right? Council will have to approve that contract, and council would have the ability then to go, hey, this is missing. So,
I have both contracts, so I'll approve.
sounds like a winner to me. Good. Thank you. We didn't even have to get you up and talk, sir.
I'm shy, so it works out okay.
But we appreciate you. We appreciate you coming. Your presence is very appreciated. Thank you.
No, we're very excited.
Thank you. All right, so that's going to take us to number 8. So we're gonna go into executive session to discuss discussions regarding potential litigation from Jimmy Van Huss, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, with our attorney. You want to list all these?
I was just for all of them,
And
all at once.
it's actually for A, B, and C. We'll also be doing falsified engineered credentials for current projects. And C, Pleasant Valley Estates Water Service Demand, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071.
And could we bring Christy with us? And Shannon?
Um,
Chrissy has some engineering questions to get to you guys. We'll
Call her
Yeah,
back
we
at
can-
the time that we come up. with
yeah,
the
we
thing.
can-
That's good.
Yeah, we can call them in there.
Hey, just get this right.
Did you, yes.
Yes,
What time are we calling this one? 7:19?
7:19.
Okay.
Yeah,
Christy, I'll
Are you live?
Now
We're
we're
back
live.
live at 8:03, regular session. All right. So we're at number 9, new business.
I make a motion, we table A and B, since
Okay,
they weren't here to represent. I'll second that.
we got a vote?
Second. Chad Shelby. Greg Sprinkle.
Jameson.
Chris Burkett.
All right, so that takes us to C, which is discussion and action to approve or deny the adoption of new comprehensive plan and future land use map in accordance with state law for purpose of promoting the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. The plan and future land use map are applied citywide and are in our extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, as applicable. Anybody got any questions, suggestions, or motions, or anything on that one?
Make a motion, we approve.
Seconded.
Chad Shelby.
Greg Sprinkle.
Jameson.
Chris Burkett.
That takes us to D.
Thank you, Council.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
guys.
Y'all have a great night.
Yes, ma'am. You too. Y'all be safe. 9D, discussion or action relating to the presentation from Hidden M. How do you say that? Regarding.
I honestly don't know, but they're here.
Can y'all say the name of your
How do you say
company?
your name?
The last name, Ember?
No, not this one.
I don't know. Okay. Regarding the proposed use of property located at 819 Highway 276 West Tawakoni, property ID is 37415 and property ID number 206985 for boat and RV storage.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the council. We are seeking to do approval.
Can you talk a little louder?
To develop.
Talk a lot louder.
Yeah, we are seeking approval from the council to develop a boat and RV storage of the Highway 276 before we commit any money in RAD purchase. So, seeking for the proposal. We propose to develop a modern boat and a secure storage. And that's our proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Council, have any questions?
The land use plan that we just approved,
So before they purchase this, they're trying to get an idea of how council feels about this. This is the property next to Lovely RV, between Lovely RV and Dover. It goes straight back. They want to put in a boat and RV storage, which would also require special use permits, which they would have to apply for. But they don't want to contract and purchase the property if this is not something council is open to.
Those would be buildings or?
Do y'all have a, are you
Buildings enclosed,
We are seeking just to do like the shed.
so like a carport style boat and RV
but
storage.
it's on 276 though, right?
Yes.
It is.
It's highway
The
front.
next building,
Yeah, from the
property
It's
over.
right next to Kings Marine.
It's right where all the boats used to be
Oh,
inside
yeah,
that.
Yes.
That's probably, yes.
So they're kind of just looking for your input so they know if they should proceed with trying to purchase or back out, because it depends on if you guys are open to this or not.
I would not be open to it. I don't,
What kind of, what is the new land use plan say? What's that for?
It would be
It
commercial.
would be commercial.
Commercial, right?
It's this strip right here.
My thought is that we would not see a lot of tax revenue from a RV and boat storage that we might see from a retail or restaurant or other commercial type business.
I think we already have 2 RV boat storages here, or 3. But we had one that tried to grow and just, the revenue wasn't there for him to grow it. And then they just built another one on 751, not too far from there.
Well, you have 3 essentially within our area, I think. When we're talking everything.
Yeah.
So you got 2 right here in West Walking, right?
Yep.
Just east of us. And then you got one at 3609, right there at the top of the hill. Okay, it's a very large one. It doesn't seem as large as what it is until you drive down that rock road, because they've expanded vastly. So what I can tell you is, if you call any of these three, they do have openings for RV and for boat storage. So that, I'm just giving you that information. So, I mean, the ones that are here, currently here, they have openings. They didn't say they have one. They said, yes, they have openings at either one, and it didn't matter if you wanted to store a 45-foot or a 50-foot RV or a, 30-foot boat. Any three of them can take you on. So I'm just saying that's my 2 cents that I can give you. That you do have available storage here, and I'm actually saying that to you guys too. I don't know how much research you've done to see what the demand is here, but to Chris's point, the person that built this large one down here, what is it called? 2 mile storage, and fishing store there too. He actually ended up selling it because it wasn't turning that much of a profit. When it came to upkeep and it came to taxes, it was just a little bit more than breaking even. So, I mean, it wasn't a very good business plan for him. And this guy's a very successful businessman, built it, very nice facility, and was smart enough to say, well, it's not making sense, so I'm going to pass it on. And somebody else bought it. So you almost missed the opportunity to buy one that was already built for you. But I mean, I would say before you came into the city and you wanted to buy the property and build something as such as a boat and RV storage, I would ask that you make sure you've done your research, because somebody just mentioned, I think Chad mentioned also, within 5 miles of us, I may be stretching it a little bit. The one on 751 might be more, a little bit more than 5 miles, but inside of, let's call it 8 for sure, I know. Inside of 8 miles, there's 3 fairly good sized RV boat storage places with covered and or enclosed. So they have all 3 of these I just mentioned have both. So that would be something to think about. We would love to have you into our city, and there's other things you can build. I mean, the money you're gonna spend on RV boat storage, we would love for you to come down, and we want you to make money though. We don't want you to come here and build something and lose money. We want you to come here, build something, and make money. So I'm just trying to give you the knowledge that I have of what I know that's within our reach of our city.
I think we're a good morning sign.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
No action taken?
So no action on D, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to move on to item E, discussion regarding presentation from City of West Tawakoni Police Department on purchase of public safety drone. Sergeant, I think you and the chief are up.
Before we get started, I just wanted to introduce, I guess most of y'all ain't met, our reserve force. They were the ones that were out all 4th of July weekend. They were constantly out there. Officer Yarbrough brought his camper to stay here and answer calls and be out all night. They're non-paid reserve officers. So and this is Robert Beecham. They come with us. Lonnie, I have actually known Lonnie most of a long time. We went to the academy together, but things went, and so he's got a year more experience than I do. Or 2.
No, that's about it.
And Robert 18 years of experience, and he was from Saxby Police Department.
Well, thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all for coming out.
And my part-time officer, he had some engagements and stuff to go through. I don't know if all y'all have met Josh Richardson.
I have.
And then I think everybody's met Vernon.
Yep.
Vernon's moving, so he couldn't be here. We just wanted to bring up that way, let y'all know that we're moving up and people are actually coming to work here.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, so now for the drone part. So we're just proud to announce that there's a major step forward in public safety, the integration of drone technology into West Tawakoni Police Department operations. It will be authorized under the FAA Certificate of Authorization, which is a COA. This drone is more than a tactical tool, it's a community asset. It enhances officer safety and improves how we respond to emergencies, monitor traffic, and inspect infrastructure. And these are the points that I put out on how. So search and rescues, if somebody goes missing, especially near the lake or in these woods that we have, the drone can quickly scan large areas using thermal imaging, if at night, or even during the day, help them locate the individuals faster and more safely. It also help over the lake when we have boats that are stranded or kayaks that are missing, where they're looking by boat, we can scan a whole portion of that lake a lot quicker than a boat driving around trying to find them, because we've had a lot of missing kayaks. The traffic monitoring, as was discussed, it's basically for during accidents and large events. The drone provides live aerial views to help reroute traffic, reduce congestion, and support incident documentation. So the major wrecks and stuff, we can take good visual aerial photos of it. Infrastructure inspections, this is to help not just us, but to help the city as far as infrastructure. So for elevated or hard reach city assets like the water tower or drainage channels, the drone captures high resolution images so that it can improve safety and reduce inspection costs on the water tower. So put that in there because it can be used for everything. Tactical support in high risk situations such as warrant services or active threats. The drone gives officers real-time aerial intelligence. This helps assess layouts, identify hazards, and coordinate safely, reducing blind spots and limiting exposure. That's for the safety of the officers going in. We don't know, they know their intentions, we don't. Ownership of the funding. So the drone is currently owned by the city, or will be owned by the city, but there will be no financial obligation to taxpayers. It will be funded, I will be funding the equipment personally. If sponsorships or external funding ends up covering the cost of the drone, full ownership will be transferred to the city. So basically, this is our commitment. By expanding operational reach and enhancing safety, the program supports both law enforcement personnel and the broader West Tawakoni community through forward-thinking solutions and modern policing practices. All flights are conducted under the COA with no Part 107 certification required. Dogs are maintained for operational accountability. So just thank you for y'all's continued trust and support on it. In y'all's handout, I gave you the drone specs and then why we go with the COA over a 107. Now, I'm sure there's going to be some questions. This is not going to be used for surveillance of somebody's backyard or anything. We can't do that, okay? Not without a warrant. So this is not, we're not going to scan the city and trying to see what people are doing in their backyard. This is merely for search, rescue, tactical operations, and those things.
I heard you right, you're gonna be using it to help the city and the fire
Correct.
department.
We've already got policies and procedures that explain all that. You don't
Yes,
wanna
they
complicate
got them.
policies and procedures on operating.
This is something you think y'all could have used, the night you got shot at?
Correct. So one of our stops that we did have while I was in pursuit of this suspect, he was shooting at us. We did have a standoff with him. Had we had the drone, we had seen what he was doing. And further, we wouldn't have had such a long standoff at that point. But once we lost communication, we had to go down no matter what. So drone would have gave us an aerial footage. We could have went right up to his truck, seen what he was doing, and what he was capable of. We already know he's capable of shooting at us, but yeah, we would have had a lot more intelligence on that suspect.
And this does come with the infrared.
So it comes with night vision, thermal. I have added the spotlight and the bullhorn, which is a little speaker, but it's a bullhorn. And that way we can communicate with the individual we're looking for. If we're looking for somebody, or if we're on a standoff again, we communicate via the drone. There's multiple ways you can communicate. You can do live, you can do pre-recorded, you can do text-to-speech. So there's multiple ways. Now the bullhorn will go about almost 1,000 feet, That's about how far you can hear it if you turn it all the way up. And the spotlight is, will spotlight about 400 feet. And it's got different levels, so depending on how far out you need.
I can see how, when that girl was missing up behind Dale.
Correct.
Pretty useful.
They were all around her.
Yeah, drones are used a lot, especially in Hunt County lately, for runaway juveniles, missing and runaway juveniles. They've located several already utilizing the drones.
How long can it stay in the air?
49 minutes on one battery. So we'll have several batteries. And then it's, you know, I can have I'll be obviously flying it from the remote with the video. The video it'll show thermal and live video all at the same time. And then Chief can be watching it on the video as well.
And what's the range of it?
15 miles.
We call it.
Yeah.
That'll cover the entire city. And Quinlan.
You said that's a DJI Matrice?
Matrice 4T.
You have to make a
Really
motion.
no action because he's purchasing it.
He's buying it. Yeah.
Correct.
The city has to purchase it. That's what we're doing. And then we're gonna end up doing a secondary purchase agreement to sell to Paul. That's how we're gonna end up working that, because there's a bit of a discount for the city to purchase it, basically.
There needs to be approval also. It's
So
approval from council to purchase.
To go forward.
is it in the current budget?
You won't need to be in the budget.
Well, if we're
Nothing comes
purchasing
out of
it,
the
I
budget
mean,
at all.
Well, it's financed, and the financing is going to be, so the city is going to make the payment, and then he is going to make the payment. So it will correctly offset itself. Now, when we do the budget, I will have it directly in there as an in and an out.
so what's the total cost?
After financing and everything, around 13,000.
Okay,
It's
levy,
200.
but what if he leaves?
So the purchase agreement between the city and Paul Wills, I haven't done it yet because this is pretty new, but the purchase agreement between the city and Paul will basically say that if he defaults, we'll have to sell it or something like that. If he wants to leave prior to the end of the term, he would have to pay the balance, or he would have to forfeit amount paid in the drone, and then he'd have to turn the drone back over to us.
$255 a month, right? I think
$225.
$225 a month.
And if he leaves, I would take over.
The initial payment is about $1,000, so I mean, we could pretty quickly, and Paul will do that, we would be able to turn and sell it to recoup the balance. This is,
But
I agree,
technically,
understand.
it has to be a budget item, right?
And that's what we're gonna do, it's gonna be on the budget and then immediately offset by, it's gonna like come in and out.
Under, yeah. it's under the equipment.
Is there
It would be under equipment.
Yeah, it's going under the
There-
equipment.
there-
I think we're
yeah.
gonna go with that.
We've already got a line item in the police department that it can hit.
We're just going to increase that and have
Just
a.
wanna make sure
yeah.
all those, because it's
Yes.
something well needed, but
Yes, no, yeah, we've very much so discussed
Yeah, I don't
all of the
disagree
things
with
on
that.
all
Do
do
we
it.
have any, liability to something that is flying over that it's not supposed to accidentally?
We have to add it in, I think, with there's like insurance provisions, but
Yeah.
we're still subject to the same FAA regulations and everything like that, so really that's why I think.
I mean, I'm just saying, if you're looking for, let's say you're looking for a runaway team and you're flying over people's property.
Well, that's
and
the
it says
emergency.
specifically that you
That's the
can't.
emergency part of the
Yeah.
COA.
Okay, so you're okay then?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you just couldn't do it for the intention of surveillance.
That'll warrant, yeah,
Or the consent.
but yeah.
They still have to follow all the rules and regulations of normal policing. This doesn't give them any
Extra.
tricks to pull on that side of things.
So,
It's merely a tool, really useful tool.
I make a motion, we approve it, being that all those stipulations are met.
I'll say that, I'd like those in writing.
Right.
Chris.
Well,
Yeah.
there will be a contract that will approve, so.
I'll second that.
Got your motion, got a second, got
Yep.
votes?
Got Joe, Greg Schwenkel,
Yes, sir.
Chris Burkett.
All right, got that. So that's gonna take us to item F. Discussion or action to approve or deny the appointment of Robert Gilbert to the Planning and Zoning Committee.
What do you need?
Sorry it took us so long to get here, sir.
That's all right. My name's Robert Gilbert. I've lived here in West Tawakoni about 7 years. I spent my whole life in construction. For the last 26 years, I've been in the inspection and materials testing. I've done 3 major projects here in the Dallas area. They're about $3.5 billion projects. Currently, I'm on the LBJ project. And yes, we will finish one of these days. Everybody says that. So, but I've got experience in construction material testing, geotechnical material testing, design build projects. I've done IQF inspections, quality assurance and construction materials. I've also been a concrete finisher. I've hauled it, delivered it, and well, that's why for the last 26 years I've been in not doing concrete. So, but yeah, I think if I could be of help, I'd like to be on the board. So, been doing this a long time.
Good. Thank you.
All
We
right.
appreciate your willingness to help.
I'll make a motion that we approve Robert Gilbert to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Second. Chad Scobie.
Greg Sprinkle.
Davidson.
Chris Burkett.
All right. Takes us to G, discussion or action to approve ordinance number 332-08-12-2025. An ordinance of the City of West Tawakoni, Texas, amending ordinance 2025-3-11-2025. Rules and regulations for establishing the agenda for the City of West Tawakoni, Texas, providing the servability and savings clause and setting an effective date.
You guys passed an ordinance back in March. The legislature has subsequently changed our actual notice publishing requirements, which caused us to necessarily need to back up some dates in that ordinance. Which is, because to tell you, the legislature is now requiring 3 business days of posted notice for all agendas. There's also some budgetary requirements which are going to come into play as of September 1st as well, which is that for any agenda that's going to contain a budget discussion, the budget has to be posted physically with the agenda as well.
For some place in it, it says 10 days advance notice required for some of the agenda items. 10 days.
We had it, I think it's 7, so all we did is back it up 3.
10 days. That's what it says. That's what we received.
I was saying that the March one was at 7, and so we basically did everything, we just backed it up 3 days from the March ordinance.
I'm not even understanding.
Okay.
So do we have to send in the agenda 10 days in advance or not?
No, the city hall would not have to post the agenda. The original agenda required requested items beyond 7 days in advance so that everybody would submit 7 days in advance.
I think what he's asking is if they request for something to be on the agenda, they have to submit that or request that 10 days prior.
Prior to the posted date, yes.
The posted date of the.
Is that a
to the
state
meeting,
requirement? Is that a state requirement?
No, I think what she's saying is it was already set at 7 days, so they added 3 days?
We went backwards 3 because of the new state law requiring 3 business days.
So it's 10 days to the meeting date.
Yeah,
Right.
but.
So it is 7,
but
so
it was
you
already-
still have that same 7
But it
days
was already
prior.
requiring 2 days, right?
We're requiring, so Friday, so you posted on Friday, so we sent you.
It now has to be posted on Wednesday.
Okay, so it moved back all the way 3 days?
They moved 3 business days, so we can't count the weekends. And that's the posted, for the notice posting of any agenda. That's what went on. So we already had this other ordinance requiring 7 days prior to the meeting that we would, would submit requests. All we did with this was change the dates back
all of the deadlines up 3 days based on the legislature changing the law to require 3 business days. That's all that happened.
Let me understand this. So our meetings are on Tuesdays. So it's going to be posted the previous Wednesday? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Previous
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yes, instead of Friday.
Instead of Friday, previous Wednesday. So when do we have to give the information, agenda item
For
request to
Wednesday?
you?
7 days prior to that, so it gives me time to build
7
the
days prior
agenda.
to the Wednesday?
10 is what I'm hearing, but that's not,
10 to the meeting day.
but none of that's listed here.
It's in the ordinance.
Right, I'm just saying.
So 10 days before the Tuesday.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be, the previous Tuesday would be 7 days, right?
And then it's 3
Why
more
is it
business
10,
days.
is it
so
10 business
It's
days?
just
No,
10 days.
that is taken care
I
of
just said
already.
the ordinance
Now,
is listed as just 10
they're
days.
going to be
10 days.
posting it on the
Yeah.
previous Wednesday. Posting it on the previous Wednesday,
Right.
or last Wednesday in this case.
So it'd be
And then-
Thursday of the week prior.
The
Right?
Thursday of the week prior is when we have to send in information?
Man, it's not based on
Not
this.
mine either, I just did it real
Yeah.
quick in my head, so. So we got a Wednesday.
Wednesday, 7 days.
Because it's not
To
business
that.
days for us, it was just.
So it would be the
total.
Wednesday prior. So if I'm posting on Wednesday, I need all requests the Wednesday before that.
And here's the thing, is your existing
That's
ordinance.
2 weeks, right?
That's
No.
only 10 days.
Your existing ordinance for like today's meeting, your existing ordinance would have required notice, on the 5th. Or anything that you wanted on the 5th. So but now, because Mary would have to post she's gonna have to post on what the equivalent of the 6th would be, that does not give her time to get everything together and get it on the agenda and collect and send out to y'all anything that would need to be added.
So the ordinance was already there.
Right.
No.
They have allowed us to kind of creep up on the last minute a lot of times, but with the new law saying that they have to have so many days, she's just wanting to update the ordinance to make sure we're giving her time.
Well, if I'm counting this correctly, it's actually would be Sunday.
The last Sunday.
You're saying from Wednesday, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's a Sunday. If we're gonna post it on the Wednesday if we gotta post it by Wednesday, it's Sunday. There's no other way to count that math. It's a Sunday.
So it'll be like last Sunday is when we have to send in
Yeah,
information,
you
right?
could have it, but again, even if you had it in by Sunday, it wouldn't have mattered because she wouldn't have gotten it till Monday, so then it's null and void. So I
So-
think we're gonna have to figure out the schematics here, right?
Well, it's just a submission deadline for you guys. That's all that is. It's just saying if we're gonna add anything new,
Yeah.
it's 10 days out before.
This is for any agenda, so it's not just
Right.
for the city council agenda. So Sunday would affect for this one, but if we have special sessions, or if we've got other agendas with P&Z, we've got all the other ones that need to be posted prior to.
PNC may not even get in there. And EDC meetings, would they even get in? Like before the city?
We
The
didn't
PNC
change
meeting
the
was
we didn't-
last Monday, right? When was
It was
it?
Thursday last week.
Huh?
Thursday last
That's
week.
Thursday, so that is not going to get into this agenda.
I think the 10
Yes,
days,
it would.
the 10 days is a bad way to put it, because that puts it on a Sunday. And if somebody sends their request in on the very last day of, technically the very last day, which is Sunday, we need to have it a day of the week. This needs to be changed to where it's a day of the week, and if it's given an allowance of 10 days essentially, that's fine. But it needs to be on it needs to be on a day of the week. It can't just say 10 days because that puts it on a Sunday.
Especially for ours, every.
Well, I mean, they don't work on Sundays.
Correct.
Right? So if she gets a request on Sunday, she's gonna do nothing with it.
So
She
can
gets
we
it on
change
Monday.
it to
And I don't-
the
We
Friday?
can update it to whatever you guys.
And I don't
want.
blame, but I'm trying to make it to where it makes sense right now, because
Yeah.
if the last day of this is on a Sunday, it doesn't make sense.
But if you
So-
go forward, you're gonna end up on a Monday and you're only gonna give her 2 days notice, and that's still not. So that's why, I mean, the 10. it's
Well,
just
no,
like,
not
well,
if you
you're-
say, not if you say it's the Monday, not if you say it's the Monday prior to. I mean, there's a way to word things to where you have to have everything turned in by Monday prior to.
Monday, so this is the problem though. The
You
PNC,
understand what I'm saying?
The Monday prior to gives her 2 days before the
No,
posting.
he's talking about the Monday
Right.
before that.
Okay,
Prior to the week of.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
we
the
can find
PNC,
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I mean,
What you're saying is making sense.
Yeah.
We could move it, instead of saying 10 days, we move it to the Monday, and we would just have to specify.
Monday prior to the week of the posting.
Yes.
So what happens if you have a special meeting that's not on Tuesday?
Monday prior
Those
to the
fall
week,
under kind of emergency.
Monday in
Yeah.
the same
We
week.
cover
of posting.
emergencies in that agenda. Or
Not the
just-
same one.
there's a emergencies covered in it as well.
It's not even
We'll just
making any
adjust
sense.
down.
Monday prior to the week. So if you take a calendar and you look at it, let's say it's due on Wednesday tomorrow. You would have
No,
to have,
in this case, in
Let's say-
this case, it would have been last Wednesday, which is 6th.
It would have been
I'm looking
done.
at this calendar because you have all your weeks and dates there, okay? So if you go the 6th, then you're gonna come back and you'd have to have it turned in by the 28th.
28th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then the PNC and the EDC agendas are not going to get in, so they're going to lose a month.
They would still go on because when we publish for P and Z, we automatically publish for council on the same publication. So it's already gonna be on that agenda.
What's coming out of the PNC would be, what would have come out of PNC would have been last Thursday. Wouldn't have been.
It would already be on the agenda.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I think we're making this way
Yes.
far too complex and confusing. I mean, I get it, we gotta give time for things to be processed and to be put on the agenda, and that way we're not doing it last minute, because we've been very good at doing it last minute. That's just been our style, right?
Yeah, because then we're stuck here till 5,
Yeah.
6,
So,
7 o'clock.
I think that we need to figure out the best day the week prior.
So if I'm-
I think the Monday sounds.
I mean, to me, it seems like the Monday prior to the week of the posting.
That'll be the 28th of last month to do the meeting today. So today is what, 12, 15 days.
Well, no, it wouldn't have been the 28th. It would
So
have been
you
the
just
4th.
told me 28th.
It's the Monday
It would have been
prior
28.
to
He's
the
the
posting.
All I'm saying is, let's
No,
not worry about
posting
today.
week, that's what he said.
Let's not worry about today's meeting, okay? Let's say we have a meeting tomorrow, right? Let's say we have a meeting tomorrow on the 13th.
Okay.
Okay? So she's gonna post that meeting
3 business days prior.
3 business days prior, so she's gonna have to post that on Friday,
The 8th,
the 8th.
right.
So you would be the Monday the week before, which would be the 28th of when she posted it. So Monday the week before of the posting. It doesn't matter if it's on Wednesday, it doesn't matter if it's on Friday, it doesn't matter if it's on Monday. Some weeks it may end up being that it's on a Monday, so it's only a 5 business day gap. They're gonna flow around, but at least you're never gonna have less than 5.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's 17 days in this case. If you post it on the 28th, it's 17 days before the meeting.
Weekends aren't counting.
I understand.
Weekends aren't counting because we're not expecting these people to work weekends.
Okay.
There's gonna be some days where it's 7 days, there's gonna be some days, and I'm counting weekdays, I'm not counting the weekends, because weekdays are all that matters. Because, go ahead.
I just have an idea, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. What if we just, right now, the existing ordinance says 7 days, what if we just converted to say 7 business days? And then
That would take care of it right there.
There we go.
Case closed.
Okay.
Somebody make
Instead of just 7 days, 7 business
There
days.
we go.
Beautiful. I like it.
Somebody make a vote, if you want.
Now, are we gonna have to bring this back up to?
Yeah, so we need
Yeah.
to
We'll
I'll
make
make a
correction.
motion that we
amend it.
amend it to be 7 business days.
Got a second?
Who's second?
Reggie Lincoln.
James Sam.
Chris Burkett.
You both said your name at the same time.
Yes, we did.
Almost like I was voting for you.
Hello.
Did you spell it right?
Alright, so that takes us to H, discussion or action to approve ordinance number 3330812-2025, an ordinance of the city of West Suwartney, Texas, amending the regulation and permitting requirement for operation of a short-term rental within the city, providing a penalty for violations and providing for an effective date.
So I think the first sentence in that ordinance said that, any privately owned dwelling is a short-term rental. Do you have the document?
I'd have to pull it up on my computer. I don't have it printed.
That's
Yeah,
what I
you have it
understood
from
from the,
It's the
from
really
the
thick one.
document.
The 10-page one.
I think I talked about it.
up here for me to sign if they pass.
Basically, that's the first step to being able to collect the
The city
tax
council
revenue.
beings in the western.
We have to create the ordinance in order to collect tax for Airbnb.
Use of privately owned dwellings.
Because there already are Airbnbs. They're nothing but trouble. They're already here. We're just not getting money from them.
Oh, he's got one.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got it.
We already have, I think there's like 3 of
Only if it is
them.
used as rentals, right?
I mean, here's one, we're gonna do one of two things, right? We either pass an ordinance to have them, or we have to pass an ordinance with teeth that has actually some sort of a fine or something connected to it, which I'm not sure is legal.
It's been
If we can.
highly litigated.
Right. I'm not sure that if we can do that, that's the problem. Okay? And I've read a couple things where some cities got into some spats about it and they ended up just conceding and passing an ordinance to support it so they could get some beds and heads money out of it. So, I mean, I don't know. I get it. We're small town West Tawakoni and you know, trust me, I've gotten plenty of calls and plenty of messages and everybody's telling me, please vote against it. And I just tell everybody, I don't vote. You call your council members. So if y'all got a bunch of calls, I'm sorry. But I don't have a vote, so it's in y'all's hands, but I'm just telling you right now, everybody in this room probably has possibly stayed in an Airbnb. Okay? It's a thing. And when you go somewhere, it's actually, you know, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm mixed about it, and I'm gonna, quite frankly, I'm gonna piss some people off in our city when I say this. But we don't have any hotels. Okay, we've got one motel down here, and it's got what, 4 rooms, 5 rooms, whatever it is. And I think they do a pretty good job, and they have fishermen in it quite often. But we don't have a place for people to come to this city. Really, I mean, at the moment. I know there's one house for sure that I can identify in my neighborhood. It's an Airbnb, and I'm going to say they're probably 85% booked up. I mean, I'm just by seeing how many cars are always there. I mean, what are we going to do? Look,
we're not against it, you know.
No, and I'm just letting you know that we either go for it or we don't go for it, and if we don't go for it, we need to figure out how we combat it.
What I was telling you was clarification of language. You know, the first sentence, it doesn't say regulations for the use of privately owned dwellings or short-term rentals. You know, you're just saying that all of the privately owned dwellings are short-term rentals?
No, he's saying they can be.
It is just explained to me.
To adopt this, to amend it for the use of privately owned dwellings as short-term rentals. So they can be, it doesn't have to be. Anybody can.
Why don't we just have the use of privately owned dwellings for rental or
So the
something?
definitions are gonna be in Exhibit A, which is on page 3.
So that's all I was trying to say, you know?
But
So short-term rental is specifically defined in your ordinance as a privately owned single-family dwelling rented by the public for consideration and used for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes for any period less than 30 consecutive days, which is advertised to be occupied. I won't keep going, but it is for less than 30 days. It is defined. That's just your intro, your heading, but the statute is going to be in that Exhibit A.
And this allows the city to go in and submit tax to the Airbnb and the VRBO, all those companies, and they'll actually pay us directly. As the people book them, we'll book tax, we'll get.
Because right now they're not.
Right now they're not.
No, right now they're not paid.
We should have been able to do this in
We
2015.
can't go get the records to make them. Because we don't have an ordinance.
We have to have this in place in order to even ask them to do that.
So Airbnb will share records or share details with us, booking.
They'll pay us directly.
If we have an ordinance.
They'll collect for us. We submit to them and say, hey, we've got this, and then they just collect.
They also have like a dashboard, and they'll allow us to connect to that and look at it.
As long as it's a business. Most of them I hear are privately owned.
Well, no, as long as we have an ordinance.
If they book through VRBO or Airbnb, then that is considered a short-term rental, and that money will come to us. Whereas today,
So we're gonna use them to help us collect.
we're gonna make,
That's-
they're gonna help us, they're gonna do that on their own.
VRBO, not so much. They don't have a policy of sharing, but Airbnb does.
They'll still collect for us, but Airbnb would share the location so that if for the fine, for the enforcement, if they don't actually register with us, Airbnb would tell us who's listed with them.
And what this
So-
ordinance would do is it would give the
Yeah.
police department the opportunity to go and enforce that short-term rental agreement.
Well, no, not
Yeah,
really.
and I'm willing to,
No,
I'm
it'd be
willing to
code.
make some people mad here too.
It'd be
These,
code
these things are a problem
Yes.
in my neighborhood. They are a big problem in my neighborhood. I know that we have at least 5, and I'm telling you, the people in that neighborhood are constantly griping about those things. To me, they've had to call the police several times. They're a problem, and they're without some way of regulating those things, there's nothing we can do.
Nothing wrong with regulating that. Make a motion then.
I would say your neighborhood, if there's a problem, I would say your neighborhood needs to get with the owner to make sure that they've.
The owners are Chinese and are generally out of town.
Somebody's managing it.
Right, but we have no way of finding out
Once
who
we
that
find
is.
out who they are, can we not require permits and?
Well, no,
Yes, that's what this does.
That's what this does. That's, I mean, and if they don't list with our city, they don't come down and list with our city, then we can fine them. And that's all listed in there.
I make a motion, we approve.
I second that.
That Philly, Randy Lynn, Greg Swank,
James, yeah.
Christopher Camp.
Okey-dokey. You got all those?
Yes.
Discussion and action to reconsider prior vote regarding the sale of city-owned property, Highway 276, West Tawakoni, Texas, legal description. Oh, yeah, I read what it's supposed to say. So that's a typo there, 246. Legal description, A0102, borrow Peter tract, Q1, and it is 2.55 acres. Property ID is 110225. It's zone commercial, owned by the city of West Tawakoni, County Tacoma.
I wanted to bring that back up because I was told by several people that property was actually meant for City Hall and Police Department probably 10 years ago. And then I had an idea that if he needs to use it for water runoff, why don't we allow that, but also we hold the property, keep the property, but they develop, some concrete, and they're already developing the townhomes for the concrete and the electrical and all that stuff. Why don't we have them pay for that for the city in lieu of allow them to use water runoff?
So give me more info, what do you mean?
So the pro-
Because I agree with you, we need a new city hall,
the property across the street, or next to Ambets,
right?
the one that y'all, I think
Do the
y'all
financial part for me.
well, y'all 3 voted to sell it, right?
I did,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah, we did.
So what I'm thinking is, instead of selling them the property, why don't the city keep the property? And then have him, he can have his water runoff rights or whatever, or easement, but then also have them develop our concrete out or parking lot, like the foundation for a building and all the electrical stuff out and all that stuff. And he paid for that, and instead of buying the property, we hold it.
And if he decides not to do that, I mean,
So then I guess he doesn't do his project.
So I had a different thought, but it's along the same line. When I voted to sell the property, I do not believe that we're gonna give it away. So it's not gonna be at a price that's, just because somebody wants to buy it and that's what they wanna buy it for. We need market value for it. I believe the market value of that property is somewhere between $300,000 and $400,000 today. That's today, all right? And if you sell that property for $300,000 to $400,000 to a developer who does need it or is willing to pay that for it today, that gets us a new city hall. You could either tear this one down and build another one on top of it, or my original thought is that we go to the SRA and ask them to let us build it in the park. Because we definitely need a new city hall building, but for $300,000 or $400,000, and to be honest with you, I don't know where we're gonna get $300,000 or $400,000 to build one. But selling assets, something like that, which is prime real estate, we might get it, there might be a bidding war for it. We don't know, but I don't say we take $48,000 because that's what the guy offers. If we can't get market value for it, we don't have to sell it. But if we keep it available for sale, we take the money from that, and I don't know if we can do this, but if we did, could we earmark whatever the property was sold for a city hall so that it doesn't get put
Never be able to
somewhere?
fit another city hall right here. I'm big enough.
Not even our property.
Like half this parking lot is not even ours out here.
It's the half of the parking lot.
Like it's very small.
East of it's not.
Anyway, Chad says
So, yeah, I
building
mean,
is.
and Greg touched on this, you guys did vote to sell it, but you didn't necessarily vote to sell it to him, y'all voted to sell. And you have to do it that way because we can't just,
Right.
you know, I will say that they are confused by this and they keep trying to insist that we immediately enter into a contract with them and they're driving Mary a little crazy, but they think that that y'all agreed to sell directly to them.
No.
Right. What Mary and I talked about too is it was gonna go into the same kind of package with the other ones that we had already voted on last time to sell, that it would also go up for the auction as well. So,
So since he brought it back up, we could put it with a stipulation that earmark the money, correct?
not really, that's not really on the agenda, but, I mean, you guys,
Well,
Chad, I'm not opposed to what you brought up, what you're saying. I agree that there should be something that the city hall would
Right.
benefit from that property.
Yeah.
If there's somebody that would propose something like that, then I certainly would.
Where else would you build a city hall at?
I don't know where all the assets are. I don't know where all the properties are, right?
It's the only one that's got highway frontage that
That's
we
the
have.
only one that would.
It doesn't have to have highway frontage. It doesn't have to be on the highway, right? I mean, and who's to say that we couldn't put it, yeah, in the park. I mean, how big of a city hall?
They're getting ready to tear down, they might would lease to us.
How big of a city hall are you thinking?
5,000 square feet, I don't know.
Okay, my building's 40 by 60 with a 1,200 square foot upstairs is 3,600 square feet, twice the size of this, and it takes up a 2,400 square foot pad. Now you need parking and you need a police, you need an impound lot, you need all of that stuff as well, but I'm thinking,
You can leave that here.
yeah, you could. But we also could sell this piece of prime real estate as well to add to that, and, maybe we buy a piece of property to put it on.
You could possibly purchase, go into something with EDC.
Exactly. What about where the EDC building is now? It's partially in the park. I don't know if SRA will do it, right? But I do believe that if we have the money to do it, from the sale of an asset, it's a way better, option. There's a way better opportunity for us to actually get it than it is for us to try and find $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 somewhere in our budget or somewhere in our tax dollars to do that.
If I understood that, Matt, just to make sure, what I heard them say is they were pretty much gonna encumber that whole piece of property. That whole piece of property was gonna end up being engulfed by drainage. Like, it was, from what I understood, there was gonna be a retention pond and then it would drain off because it's not like they're just gonna dig a trench through it.
So some of that property, from what I understand, AMVETS is using some of that property too.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be if it sold and it got surveyed and they put a big retention pond in it, because what I understood was retention pond then drained from the retention pond out. So, I mean, the property would be completely taken over by a retention pond. It's, how many acres is it?
2.55.
Yeah, that's not very much. I don't know what we're sitting on here. Probably
And it's rectangular.
one something.
That makes it even harder to build on.
Right. Anyway,
What do we need to do with that line item?
What do you have to do?
it's up to you guys. I mean, it's pretty clear. I mean, is it reconsidering it or what we're doing with it?
But we didn't agree on the price anyways last time.
It's for sale. It doesn't mean it is sold.
Yeah, we never agreed on a price or a person.
Yeah.
You good with just leaving it as it stands?
For now.
So that was just laying on the table, right? All right, so we're gonna move to item J. Discussion and interaction to authorize the chief of police and the mayor of West Tawakoni to access all GPS tracking data logs and live location services for public works vehicles and equipment. Historical data defined as GPS data recorded before August 12, 2025 cannot be used for any disciplinary actions. Chad Jacoby.
From what I understand that you're already supposed to have access to everything anyway, but I wanted to put something officially on the thing here in order to get access for you and the chief in case anything was missing.
Well, we've actually had two things come missing, and that's what drove us to get.
Yeah.
And I never even thought about this until this came up, but I never even thought why the police department didn't have access, because at the end of the day, we actually went through the expense of this because we had a trailer and a truck get stolen. So, and both, well, no, the truck was stolen after hours, right? The truck was stolen after hours, but the trailer was stolen in broad daylight during working hours. And I think was noticed within about 10 or so minutes. So if the police would have been able to track that trailer, we probably would have found it. You know, it was probably over on 751 somewhere, be my guess. But we didn't have GPSs on anything at the time. So I think it's a good tool. So I can tell you a neighboring city just had one of their police truck, or not police trucks, city trucks get totaled overnight. I don't remember if it was on the weekend or what, but anyways, the truck got totaled. And if they would have had GPS, the police probably could have went back and looked at that truck and filed criminal charges against that what was an employee at the time, because they were using that vehicle for things they shouldn't have been using it for. So, you know, I hate to be that way, but if one of our employees has one of our vehicles and they go out drinking and driving and total one of our assets, one of our trucks, I mean, I think it's okay to hold them criminal for what they did. And if you had that data on there, you'd be able to do something about it.
So can you not access it at all? So what happens if something comes up missing tomorrow? Why do we, I guess my question is,
Me
can
and
we not
Mary
go
have
look and?
access.
Yeah, we have access.
I think Mary and JD knew.
So they couldn't just get an extract of the data?
But the whole point of it is, if, let's say this did happen, like that truck that got stolen, I think y'all found out about the truck being stolen fairly quickly. But they were all going looking for it. Hunt County actually found the truck. But had they been able to access the GPS data, which was, it was on the weekend at night, they could have pinged the truck. I mean, obviously they're not gonna call somebody on Saturday and say, hey, truck's stolen. And if they do, it's an hour, 2 hours later by the time they're getting logged in and figuring it out.
So why can't we give them access?
That's.
Or at least during weekends, you know, when they are not working.
I don't see a problem with them having access. PD should have access.
Right.
And the mayor should, just in case PD's not always around. I mean, you can usually contact one or the other, but
I agree. I think they should have access.
It's in y'all's hands to vote on.
I'll make a motion, we approve the authorize the chief of police and the mayor of West Tawakoni access to all GPS tracking data logs and live location services of public works vehicles.
A second.
Judge Goby.
I'm gonna abstain as well.
James Chen.
Chris Burkett.
Who's the second?
I got it.
All right, text K, discussion or action to adopt standing workshop or special session schedule for city council to have at least 2 meetings a month. Ramsey Lindsay, place 1, Greg Sprinkle, place 3.
So my thought on this is, I've been here since January, and the only time that we get to talk as a group is at council. And I would like to be able to have more open discussions, because, you know, I can't pick up the phone and call 3 guys or whatever, right? I struggle with the quorum piece. and not wanting to do anything that's walking or standing or anything. But I learned a lot when I talked to y'all, and just like your idea just a minute ago with that is an option. I would have never thought of that, but I would like to sit and hammer that out. What's the best thing for the city to do? And I don't feel like I get the opportunity to do that. And I can tell you that with the budget stuff that's coming up over the next 6 weeks, I have a lot to learn. And for me to learn it, I need to spend time with people who've done it before, and I need to spend time with people that are smarter than me.
So that would be 3 meetings a month with our regular session meeting.
And then we don't have to be 3 hours. We can be an hour.
No, I think we would.
You know, 90 minutes.
Did I say?
That's the rich.
Okay, I read it wrong. I'm sorry.
At least 2 meetings a month. I would love to see, an hour, I'd like to eat lunch together. But we can't even do that.
Or you can. You just have to post a quorum.
Yeah, but you'll make me buy it too.
Well, no, I'm being serious. I mean, you can. You just have to post a quorum. I mean, you can achieve what you're wanting to do if it was a scheduled lunch.
Yeah.
Once a month, if you post a quorum.
You just can't vote on anything.
No.
No.
No, but I mean, we were not going to vote on anything in the workshop either. So it's the same.
I guess the scheduled meeting gives me the opportunity to sit down and talk about the different stuff on the topics that everybody knows is going to be there.
Yeah.
If you try to get together and post a quorum, now I got to do it 10 days ahead of time. So here's
No.
And if you schedule it, then you can kind of plan for it. If you're gonna meet for lunch, then you gotta.
So that's the key factor. If you plan it, it has to be agenda. Correct?
No.
If you got a scheduled meeting, you
Yeah,
got to go
yeah.
according to agenda.
Yeah,
But
if we're going to have a scheduled workshop, you're going to have to say what that workshop is going to be about.
So it still has
You're gonna have
to
like
be
agenda.
an
Yeah,
agenda.
you're going to have agenda items.
That
You
you
can't
can't-
just go in and talk just about whatever. Now, you could go post a quorum and you could
Talk about whatever you
everyone,
want.
all of us.
Talk about fishing.
So you call
But you
down
wouldn't
here,
be
you schedule a
necessarily-
lunch
Well, no, if we
agenda.
posted a quorum, we could talk about city stuff. We just can't talk.
Yeah, so can we
can't
just,
make any
can we
decisions.
but if we schedule it, we can't. We have to have an agenda.
You can schedule a potential quorum for a luncheon. You don't have to have an agenda, and you can talk about whatever you want in there. But if you post it as a meeting or a workshop,
You can talk about whatever you want in there, but what the thing is, you got to make sure you're not all going in there. I mean, this doesn't matter anyways. We can't sit here and try to correlate together and the 3 of you or the 3 of us and come up with an idea and create our own votes, right? And then come in here and try to bring it to council to sway the council. I mean, we couldn't do that.
Right.
And that doesn't matter. That's illegal, right? It doesn't matter if you post a quorum. Everybody still has to follow all the legal standings that we have. So I mean, if the time comes where somebody says, "Well, they were having lunch down there at so and so's, and I think that those 3 banded together," well, you have to prove it that they banded together.
You would still, like, if the three of them went, 3 voting members went to lunch together, you would still want to do a posted, hey, there was a potential quorum occurred, no city matters discussed. But that's when you do a post for a potential quorum, you are still indicating what,
There's still a topic.
right.
So then let's go to the next step and let's put a topic on what we want to talk about.
Well, you would have to if you post it as a special session meeting. You'd have to have a topic with agenda
It
items.
can be pretty generic though, right? Budget?
Yeah.
That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. So I would like to
I don't know why
propose that we,
I don't know why it couldn't be city business.
that city business works for me too. It
That's,
might be too generic.
that's too
Who
broad.
said- But who said?
That's good. That's
Well, we have to have specific enough that the citizens would have reasonable information about what was going on. You see, like when you're talking about something like the potential quorum and there's a holiday party, you know that nobody's sitting there talking about the budget, talking about Christmas. That kind of stuff is when you can get away with some general posting. But you can't if you guys know you're going to go have a luncheon once a month and you know you're going to be talking about public works or development. That you have to give more information for that kind of stuff. It doesn't have to be like you know exactly what portions you're gonna talk about, I would agree with you on that.
Every Christmas party I've been to at the city, the budget was talked about, you know how? They asked if their Christmas bonus is gonna be more next year.
I'm like, don't.
I got you though.
I know, it's like,
I got you though. That was pretty easy. That was.
Stop breathing for a minute, but that's fine.
So you're just looking at having an extra meeting a month, and as long as we have an agenda.
Alright, agenda can be budget, the agenda can be anything.
And I just read this several times. It says at least two. So to me, that doesn't spell out at least two, meaning counting our one.
Yeah.
That to me,
Has to have at least the regular session plus an additional.
yeah, that.
How I understood y'all.
Well, I would take that, but I would like more than that, if that makes sense.
Just do one.
But I understand that all of you have lives too.
Well, no, I don't think you could swing that because of all the other meetings and everything that's happening in the city unless you did some, I mean, you have to figure out.
I'd have to do it at lunch, wouldn't
You'd have to figure out the days. Well, that would be only.
Yeah, it'd be a long time to have it available.
That'd be only a couple of you.
It doesn't have to be here, right? It will be
it? No, it could be, here is fine, but it could be anywhere, sure.
And there's official meeting, or it's not to be, the staff member available to take, or city secretary, for sure to take notes. Okay. Wanted to make sure I was understanding that.
And town hall meetings may be something that we need to bring up.
I would agree with that 100%.
That's what council meetings are kind of,
That's what they are.
yeah.
But the problem with the town hall meeting, to me, the difference is in a town hall meeting, they can talk, and they only get 3 minutes, and it has to be on an agenda item or at the very end. Town hall meeting, it should be a discussion. Am I reading it wrong?
But typically you have somebody that's mediating that and they're still gonna say, look, I'm only gonna give you 3 minutes because you have to.
Sure, no, I
If you
understand.
didn't, you would be there until the cows come home. I mean, it's still sort of the same thing. I mean, they used to call these town hall meetings, not council meetings. Maybe not here, but that's what they were called. So, okay, did we get,
I make a motion that we adopt a standing workshop or special session at least one more month.
Can we go ahead and put like a day of the week, something along those lines so we can plan accordingly? Because if we do a standing one, of course, but.
Tuesdays are good.
So then, just for
You
the
don't already
sake of
have-
September. So, do we want it, so if we're doing the second Tuesday here, do we want to do the fourth Tuesday, which is every other Tuesday, council?
the once a month, right? So every second Tuesday or something.
Well, we're already doing council on second Tuesday.
Oh,
so every
so
fourth
maybe
Tuesday.
like four.
Every
So
fourth
we'll
Tuesday.
have the fourth Tuesday.
And that'll be the day you have to get your agenda items in too.
did we get votes?
Then
But,
too late.
wait, so I also have another question.
Greg Sprinkle.
Are we calling this a budget workshop or special session, or what are we calling
Special
it?
session.
Special session.
Are we doing it here, or we doing it? Okay.
What time? Yeah.
Let's do it here the
That's-
first time and we'll move from there.
Lunch would be like 12:30, 12.
No, let's do 6:30. Is that okay? 5:30?
6:30.
6:30 is better for everybody to get here.
Okay, 6:30. Yeah, you called lunch earlier, make sure that we missed it.
I have
All right.
a motion, who's second?
But it-
So you had the motion made by him, seconded by Chad. You got Chad, you got Ramsey.
Second by Randy.
Over, second by Ramsey. We got both their votes. We're waiting on his vote.
Oh, Greg Sprinkle.
James, yeah.
Chris Burkett.
Thank you.
All right. So that takes us to L, discussion and or action for council to complete performance evaluations and goal settings for all department heads. Mr. James?
Yes. So it's actually the council that's supposed to be overseeing the employees, right? So we do need performance evaluations. We gotta, we don't know anything about what they do, or we know what they do, but we don't know how effective they are, how if they're doing their jobs and all of that stuff. So what I'm suggesting is that the council will sit and talk to each one of its department heads and go through and I created a little performance evaluation form. Let them fill it out themselves. Then we'll sit down and we'll talk. Then we'll give a rating. And based on that rating, we'll give a merit increase. So nobody gets a merit increase if without a performance review. It never happens in private life. It never happens in many of the companies. Everybody has to be able to say, okay, I did this, and we rank him at the top 25 percentile or the bottom 25 percentile, and then we give merit increase based on that. We can't give merit increases without any kind of a performance review.
Do we have any kind of performance review in process now? I know at some point when Annette was still here, there was something that was being done.
Yes.
But I don't know if that's went by the wayside or what.
Yes, there's not a, I don't know if it were official or formal, that's the formal written evaluations done, but I mean, there are some internal evaluations discussed before increases are made.
But we do need a formal evaluation, We want to be able to talk to the department heads. We want to be able to ask
questions. The old
questions.
saying goes, if it wasn't written, it wasn't done, right?
What is it?
Correct.
The old saying goes, if it wasn't written, it wasn't done.
It isn't done. And that's why we created something.
We just need to document it, right? At the least, it doesn't matter if we're.
Performance metrics would
Yeah.
be, and then there can be an evaluation.
So I created a
Can you dig up
form.
what's currently there and get it to us?
Yeah, if you can submit to us, maybe we'll create something even better. Yeah.
Absolutely, I can do that.
What if what they already have is good?
No? But if we have is good, then it's, we'll take that.
Just giving you a hard time.
But we do have to have
I'll get you what we have.
and we also,
It may be good, we're just not using it. So let's look at it.
We
and
need
see.
to table it until we can review that, so that it comes back up and we can get it reviewed.
no, I would say we make a motion that we have to have a performance review. We don't say use my form. We say we have to have a performance review, schedule the performance review between the council and the department heads. That you can do. The form, in between now and then, we'll have the form.
But how do you evaluate the performance if you don't know what the markers are that they're supposed to hit?
So that's why we have a generic one I have created. So.
But that's what we're saying is that we have one that's available. We would like to look at
No,
that.
that's what let's look. That's what I'm going to do. Let them send it to me.
But I don't see how you can make a. I don't see how you can. I don't see how you
Schedule
can.
it without reviewing it.
Yeah, without reviewing what the performance review is going to do, you can't really make a motion and vote on us to complete performance evaluations until we know what we're going to evaluate and
The
how we're going to
performance.
evaluate.
We know the department heads, what they're supposed to be doing. Managers, we have so many different people behind us, underneath us. You got to know what the department heads are doing. And we should be knowing. We are supposed to be managing.
I don't disagree that we should know.
Yeah.
At all.
But
What I'm saying is that I don't have those markers in front of me to say.
Let's make it. If you don't have it, make it. We have enough time between now and the performance review to make it. I'll do it. If you give me what you have, I'll create something else, circulate it. I'll give it back to her. She can circulate it to her.
But I think that's why James said let's get that in and table it until we get the opportunity to create the marker.
So Mayor, would this be something we would do in special session at a regular meeting?
As far as the review,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, honestly, that would be the way you would look at that. I mean, the only other way you could do that is if there was, say, 2 council people or whatever that was designated to be able to perform those reviews.
So I was gonna say that if we're gonna
You
do
can
a
have-
meeting in a couple of weeks,
Yeah, I mean, you could,
then we
that
could get
would
it and
be,
schedule it on that next meeting.
that would kind of be my suggestion, is you'd have 2 council members or 2 members of this panel, because then that would keep you out of the quorum trouble, right? And then that way it could be done during business hours, and you could make it more intimate. You could sit down with those employees. I feel like that if we tried to do it during a council meeting, special, or go back into executive,
Yeah.
it's gonna be rushed, it's not gonna be very intimate, it's not gonna have, I just don't think it's gonna have much meaning.
Yeah. Performance reviews are, intimate. discussion.
Yeah, I know,
So-
but I'm saying if we're trying to do it outside of working hours, because right now it's not normal working hours. If you're up here at 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and you're having a performance review, it's gonna be, for lack of better words, pretty shitty.
Yeah, I think what you said is good, Kevin. Maybe you designate one or two people, two council members, and we do it during business hours.
That would be my suggestion.
We'll do it.
That would be my suggestion. I think you.
But it's
I
got
think
to
it
be
needs to
there.
be done. It needs to be scheduled. Like, you know, it's whoever it was. Say, hey JD, we're gonna do your evaluation on Thursday at 1 o'clock or Thursday at 2 o'clock, right? And those two people would come up and do that evaluation on Thursday at 2 o'clock, and not at 9 o'clock at night on Tuesday night.
Agreed.
Is it normally city council's job to do that though?
For your
For your department heads.
department head,
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
where else do you go?
I mean,
There are a couple guys that ride by and back, we could ask them.
some of them pretty smart, I'm sure.
I'm full of
So we
it.
still need to
Y'all
get the
y'all need to
performance
get me out of
review
here.
document and approve it as a group, and then create a group that would be willing to do the performance reviews. But we need to get the document,
Yeah.
approve it,
Yep.
and then start scheduling whoever's gonna do it to be able to schedule it.
Okay, send it to me, and I'll at least come back, make a document, send it back to you. You'll circulate it.
I have a question just because I've experienced on the board. Did Annette do these prior to for department heads, or did council do them before? I was just trying to figure out how.
I
It was
think-
done with Annette. I do know that Kim did them before I was here. Nothing's been done since.
I think in the past,
When it
Annette,
was under the administrator handled it. When we had a city
when
administrator.
she was named the city administrator,
Yes.
she did it. But I think before that, when she was city secretary, it was her and the mayor did it. So who did it.
I was trying to get
But
a
council should be
background
doing it.
knowledge
Yeah.
of.
We should be doing it.
No, well, and now those were mainly all the employees, not just department heads,
Right, okay.
right?
That's the next item, the rest of them.
And so that's the thing is, even the public works people, they were involved, Annette was involved in that.
Yeah.
At that time. But I think somewhere that changed with the past public works director.
Okay.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Alright, so did we vote on, we didn't vote on this, we're gonna,
Yeah.
is there some kind of vote, or are we gonna let it come back, or what?
We'll wait for her document to come to me, and I'll, make some modifications, send that out back to her, let everybody get it, and then maybe in the next special meeting.
And that's
So
fine,
then
but,
table it to the next meeting,
yeah,
is what we're saying.
yeah, we gotta do something with it, or it dies on the
I
table.
make a motion, we table this until our next meeting.
Got a second?
I'll second it.
Judge Kobe?
Greg Sprinkle.
James Shem.
Chris Burkett.
Okay, did you get everything you needed?
Yep.
That's gonna take us to item M, discussion interaction for department heads. Did I say that right? Yeah. Discussion interaction for department heads to complete performance evaluations, goal settings for their employees and submit reports to council and mayor for review. I think this goes along the same thing.
It does, we need to see that performance review.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not doing it. They have to, department heads have to do
I
it for
think
their
we
people.
go over the same vote on that, really.
Yes,
Yeah.
if you can get that standard review to us, I make a motion, we table it until the next meeting so that we can review the reviews.
The idea is to get a good review process in place for you guys to have, because it's healthy for
Yes.
employees. Kind of lets everybody know where they're at.
Yeah, we gotta have it.
So
So
we got a
Okay, so you
motion
got
and a
motion
second.
and a second, we got vote?
Judge Kobe?
Greg Sprinkle.
James Shem.
Chris Burkett.
Alright, that takes us to N, as in Nancy. Discussion and or action on adding a merit pool budget line item for employee merit increases with the council considering the amount of percentage of current labor cost.
So this is a standard practice in every company. If the total labor cost, let's say, is $1 million. Company will say, we're gonna put 3% or 4% of that amount in a merit pool. And then each manager we gave each manager, okay, you have 4% to play with. So they can decide, okay, once they might give 1% to one employee, 4% to another, maybe 5% to a third one. So they can make those choices. But the company as a whole, we know how much we are going to be spending. We're going to be spending 4%, So we got to have some kind of a system like that, put that in the budget as a line item, saying that this is the merit pool, and then the council would vote on saying that, okay, you get that much, he gets that much, somebody else gets, police gets this much. So this way there's accountability, and if somebody says not a performer, they get 0.
That's basically how we do it now anyway.
Huh?
That's basically how we do it anyway.
It's all built into the salary line item and not broke out to whether or not it's salary versus merit.
But it's got, we're talking about a one pool, and then we'll divide it.
Well, I mean,
depending on the number of people you have.
I think, so to expand on what they're saying, at the moment, let's just say our salaries are 800,000 for 2024. The proposed budget for salaries is going to be 890,000 for 2025, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously your raises for your salaries is 90 grand across the board. So your merit pool is 90,000. That's kind
It's
of
just built into one line.
that's kind of the math. That's the math behind it. But I think more the message you're trying to drive is we need to make sure that we understand that there has to be a certain level of raise that is your threshold or your ceiling, right? Is what I'm hearing you, because you never went over like 5%.
So the message I'm trying to make is make it an equitable raise. Let's say I'm a department head. I got this much money. I gave him 90% of it, and somebody else gets nothing.
Yeah.
I don't want that. We don't want that.
Yeah.
So, but let's say we have
I'm okay with that.
$70,000 in this. You'll take it, right? $70,000 for this merit pool. Not 1 or 2 people should be getting it. We got to have a system in place so that there's equity.
So the way I would budget, right? Say budget for everybody to get a $3 raise. That doesn't mean they're getting it. If they don't perform for that $3, they're not going to touch it. Same thing, right?
No, it is the same thing.
So why not just?
We just need to know how much is it in the merit pool.
Well, you're going to know that by the budget line item.
You're going to know about.
We've also always included the potential salary for that position within the budget.
Yeah.
It's always been requested, so I know I added it last year.
So as opposed to showing 900,000 this year and 960 the next year, you'd have on the next year, you'd have the same 900 plus a separate line item for the merit. So it's just an entry to maybe make it more apparent on the budget.
No. So let's say you said 60,000 for the merit pool, right? So what if that 60,000 goes to 2 people? Nobody else. How do we?
I mean, don't we get to approve that? Doesn't council get to say, wait a minute, you brought us, we have 57 employees and there's only 2 of them that are getting merit increases?
I don't know the last time I've seen anything that had anything to do with a raise.
We don't, only except for your department heads. We don't get involved in what they give to theirs other than the budget line item.
So for me, I would go to her for mine.
No, you would come to council.
No, for his department.
No, not for mine, for the department.
You're your own department head.
Yeah,
He's talking about for his guys.
But chain of command, right?
No. You're a department head. You are given so much money, then you allocate it.
Yeah, I still go there for permission.
But I'm just trying to make some, making sure that everybody gets something. And we have some accountability. We know how much money goes to everybody.
I think with your performance reviews that you're already looking at,
That's the reason.
and the budget line item approval, I think it captures it.
No, it doesn't catch it. Let's say somebody is a 5 out of 5, okay, and the merit pool or the merit increase amount is $60,000. How do you know the 5 out of 5 guy got some amount of money? Do you know?
No, that's
You
true.
don't know. But we need to know.
Past 2 or 3 years, they've had every position listed with their potential salary for that year, including the raise.
Say that again? I can hear.
Past few budgets have always included the employees, either by name or by position number and what their potential increase would already be for the budget year. So you see where it's broken down.
And if they meet
What's
that
the
full
harm?
potential, then they'll get that full amount. If not, then
So what's the harm in just saying that, okay, this is the amount of money the city can afford for raises? What's the harm in saying that? That's
We
what
do
we're
that.
trying to
We already say.
We do that
And
with
we-
a budget line item.
We are doing that, but I'm trying to figure out what, I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly what you're wanting to do. Do you want to add a line item to the budget to say that this is the merit pool raises? But my question is, what does that achieve? How do we know that that's gonna say that it's gonna go to 5 people? Just
So-
because we put 60,000 in the merit pool line item doesn't mean we won't get the 60,000 to one person.
That's the reason we have performance reviews.
Okay.
So
And
we
so-
have performance reviews.
So let me back up a little bit. Right now, we already do what you're saying, we just don't have a separate line item for it. And it's pretty easy math. Say, last year, 800,000 was our salaries.
Right.
This year, 850,000 are the salaries. That means your raises are, your merit pool is 50,000.
Okay.
So you have 50,000. So then we do our performance reviews. And then I really think what you're trying to do here is to make sure that we're not giving one person a 40% raise and everybody else gets 2, or some get none and some get 2. I think is what I'm hearing.
No,
you
that's
say.
that's
That's
exactly
what
what I'm
that's
trying
what
to do.
because that's kind of, we've talked through this.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, I think that would be ludicrous if one person gets 40% and the rest of the people get 2% or nothing.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. How do you
I mean, 'cause
prevent
if I
it?
worked here, I'd be pissed off and I'd probably
How do
quit.
you prevent it? That's the reason we have these kind of systems in businesses.
that's
I
also
would-
why I would rather have a dollar amount for each employee instead of.
No, we are going to give
Is
you,
there a
let's
cost of
say,
living raise every year?
That's where I was about
You
to
already
go.
get a
If
dollar
we
amount.
have-
And so
Then
that's
you
the
allocate
thing.
it.
You don't go off of dollar amounts. And the thing is, and as you move forward more in management, you'll come to the conclusion that you don't go off dollar amounts. You go off percentages. Everything becomes dollars, right, on the whole line item in the budget. And you got to figure out what is your percentage that this budget increases. So you don't want to look at dollar amounts. You want to look at percentages. And the more you manage people and you start dealing with people that are salaried and or hourly is the reason why you have to do that, because there's no such thing as a dollar amount if you have a salaried person. If you're managing somebody that's a salaried person, there's no dollar amount. You gotta get away from this per hour thing and think about percentage of money. So just look at it as percentage, and typically it's at least a 3% of the minimum, right? And what we do at my company is we try to budget 4.5% for each employee. That doesn't mean everybody gets 4.5%, but it gives you some wiggle room, because if you have that one person that did astronomically well, learned more, and they just prevailed at everything they did, well, they're gonna get 7%.
That's exactly what
Because
I'm
they
saying.
deserve it.
Yeah.
So what you do is you take all your employees within your department and you say, okay, all of my employees, my salary is 60,000. So next year, 60,000 plus 4.5%, that's what I need. It's just simple math.
I have
So
a
then there's,
additional question.
Yeah.
that's
So
not
if,
performance review then. Everybody
No,
gets.
no, we still do the performance
Okay.
reviews. I'm talking about for the budgeting aspect
So
of
yeah,
it.
that's a percentage. I got you. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's budget it.
okay, so my additional question is, because it's always been all put into one line item, so like you mentioned, cost of living plus merit's always been included. So if y'all want to do the merit, then we need to split that up. Am I understanding that right? Y'all want to split that, put it into a merit pool, but then still have the salary including the cost of living?
No.
This is purely merit.
Well, I understand it's still merit, but what I'm saying is, we've always done it as one whole. and
Look,
not-
cost of living raises cannot always be expected.
Correct.
Right? So what I'm saying is that's where the 4.5 comes into play. And, you know, it's kind of like anytime you go somewhere and you do something, everybody expects a tip. That's kind of where we're at today is everybody thinks, well, cost of living's 3%, so I literally should get 6%. Well, good luck getting 6% raise every year, right? We lose track of the fact of, okay, we expect the cost of living, and then now we expect that we also get a merit raise above that. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like.
Everybody's
if we do that-
expecting 6 to 10% raise every year. Well, that's not very
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if we're going to break these, are we gonna put if there's a cost of living into the merit, or are we gonna?
There's no merit,
increase
there's no nothing. You have a budget line item for your salaries, and whatever it increases from last year to this year,
I'm
that's
for
your
that.
raises amount.
That's what I'm
I think we've gotten okay with that, but it needs to be figured on a percentage.
So that's the budget item, you know, we'll have to agree on.
The
what
reason why I'm
percentage.
saying is this: everybody's not guaranteed a raise, not even cost of living raise. If somebody's a turd all year long, right, and you had to write them up or this or that, and they just not cross that line that they just need to be put out to pasture, and they're still on your team, because sometimes you have those people. Sometimes you have the people on the bench that just they can't really get it to the finish line, but hey, they're still part of the team. You gotta have somebody to pick up the trash. You gotta have somebody to do these things that everybody else doesn't want to do sometimes. Well, they may not get a raise this year, period, at all. Well, guess what? That 4.5% you budgeted for them goes over here to these people. Well, this other person, yeah, they were late all year long. They were this, they were that. Well, they still deserve somewhat of a raise, but maybe it's only 2%. Nobody's guaranteed a cost of living raise. Nobody's guaranteed a freaking thing but death.
Yeah.
No, taxes, you don't have to pay them.
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to make sure.
I pay mine, but I'm just saying, I know people that don't pay their taxes. So taxes, just because a bill comes don't mean you gotta pay it.
I'm just saying on a budgeting standpoint, keep it simple.
Budget, and that's what I'm saying, do a percentage. If you're not gonna keep it simple, if you go to every one of the hourly people, how many people do you have now? 8? So you're gonna have to go to every one of those, right? Let's just say you got 8. You know how much you're paying all these people. It's whatever. 4%, boom, done.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
You don't have to go down through every one of them and go, I'm gonna give this one $1.50. I'm gonna give this one $2. I'm gonna give this one 75 cents. Oh, no.
Okay. So that percentage we'll discuss in the next meeting, in the budget meeting, right? Or do we want to talk about it today?
No, we'd have to discuss in the budget meeting when they bring their percentage, when they've done their math and did their percentage, it made it a whole lot easier than having to go through John, Jacob, and all these other people and figure out how much you're gonna pay them per hour.
So leave it in one item. Is that how we do
Yeah.
it? Okay, so we're not adding a budget item. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
I think we can move past this. Because this one has nothing to do with your performance reviews.
Yeah, no, it's completely separate. So no action?
No action on that one, right?
No, I would like to see a merit score or some kind of,
You
we
have-
agree on a percentage for the merit increase. What were we talking about all this time? Are we not saying somebody's going to get some merit increase or no?
They do get, but the way you had this put on here is you wanted a separate line item on the budget.
I'm not percent.
As long as it's somewhere there, you know, you gotta have a certain amount of.
No, I think we have to give some liberty to the department heads to come up with that percentage.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the math.
I would hate for us to mandate that it's this much.
Okay, so what if somebody comes up with 60%? Okay,
Then,
so,
then if they come up with 60%, then we can discuss that as a council and approve or disapprove it.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Because I think it just.
We're gonna approve the budget, so if our budget was 800,000 for salaries last year, and what gets brought to us is 1.8 million, we're gonna say no. Right? Or if it comes up and
Because
it's,
it's already broke down by department anyway.
yeah,
So no, the biggest ones is gonna be me and the administrative department, because I have a few staff members. He's only got a few, and then he's got 8, so that's the only ones you're gonna have a question, because it's equally divided out. And then, as always, we've always provided the staff members with their potential, so you can see.
but if you see a huge hike, then that's when we
That's
question it.
when we-
We would question, right? I mean, you gotta give people rope.
We gotta, but it's gotta be reasonable, that's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
But you see that within the budget.
but
Huh?
until
I
they
see.
prove they're not being reasonable, then we can address, we just address it. That's why we're here, is to look at these things and address it when it comes up.
So leave it alone like that.
Okay. All right, so, discussion and or action to consider reviewing job descriptions and postings for a job for city administrator / city manager. I mean, I think we put money in the budget last year, correct?
We did.
For that, and I mean, I would assume we were probably gonna do it again this year.
The job description?
No, I'm saying for a city administrator position, we put it in last year too, but, I mean, we had a job description for city administrator.
Yeah, we still have one.
Yeah, we've got one.
So that's fine, so let's just make a motion then.
So do we,
There was, so for the 24-25 year, there was not money in the budget for the city administrator. It's only the city secretary, that's
Oh.
what I assume. And then, water sewer was paying the accounts payable, which was my previous position, and we have filled that with the finance assistant, and Jean has taken in that area. So what was budgeted has already been filled, for this year and even for 23-24, because council voted for me to take over what the salary was for the 24-25 year.
But we do need a city administrator. So, we need a city administrator, I'm gonna make a motion and,
I have a question.
Yeah.
The expense of it.
what is it?
Expense.
We gotta budget it.
It's not budgeted.
We'll have to budget it, the council can.
I'm sorry?
25 budget, or 26 budget's coming.
Yes, it can be budgeted, yes.
And it's the next line item to have a budget line item for city administrator.
Yes.
okay, so we have a job description that we can go off of, which this wasn't talking about a line item for budget item. We can talk about that in our budget workshop. That's next.
I'm gonna make a motion.
So,
I'm gonna
make a motion.
Yes, that we add line item for the city administrator salary.
Hang on,
That'll
that's
go there.
not on this one. This one's discussion for reviewing the job description. So I guess
And posting a job,
the motion,
and posting a
right,
job.
but you would want to review the job description first, correct?
Correct, so we request that you get us a copy of the job description so that we can review it, and then the next meeting,
We post it. We
we
make
go
the
from there.
changes,
But we've
post it.
gotta see what they are, so we can see if changes need to be made. So you got it on there, review.
Right.
So that's the first step.
And you can apply for it too, and anybody can apply for it, but it's gotta be, you need a city administrator, we are the
We
reason I
got a vote
do
on
this.
this?
Huh?
Do we have a vote for this?
I think we table it, don't we, till we
Till we review it?
As long as you agree that you get it to us, then we can review it, so it's a table until the next meeting.
Who made that motion?
I make-
I made the
Yeah, I was like, that's where I was hearing, your second, okay.
Motion made by Greg, seconded by Chris. We got votes on that?
This is the table then?
Yeah.
Jeff Joby.
Very smarter.
James Shen.
Chris Burkett.
So P is,
So that,
Yes.
so P, discussion and action to add a budget line item for potential salary for city administrator / city manager position. Now, we gotta keep in mind, if we move into a city manager, that takes us to a whole different.
You gotta do it on both. You gotta put it on an ordinance, or you gotta send it to the election to do a
Yeah.
chapter 25.
Takes us to a whole different bottle of wax. So I mean, I'm gonna make a mere suggestion here that we would cross out that city manager
Right.
title, and
Yeah.
you would leave it at city administrator.
Right.
Because it does take you to a whole different bottle of wax.
So this one is asking to put a budget line item in place, correct?
yes.
I'll make a motion to approve budget line item.
I'll second it. I second it.
This line item talks about, it's kind of vague, just putting one in
Basically, you're
I just
starting,
wanna make sure I have the right
we're
information.
gonna figure it out.
We'll deal with that.
Okay, alright, so I just wanna make sure I wrote it down right.
Who, did you get a second?
I did.
Here a second, I got
James.
Ramsey and James, okay.
Jeff Coven.
James, yeah.
Chris Burkett.
Alright. Just got Q, discussion interaction on status update on water lines to Tawakoni Plaza development. James.
Yeah, I'd like to get an update on that.
I got the quote. It's at most it'll be 35,000 with materials and labor.
That's if somebody else does it, right?
No.
As if we do it?
Yes. We got to run at 1,500 feet.
We have all the equipment, everything we need, we're certain we can do it ourselves.
Everything but materials.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which one's the Tawakoni Plaza development?
That's cross street.
That's an undertaking for y'all.
It's not gonna affect your daily.
Absolutely will. I can answer that. Absolutely, positively, 110%.
Yeah, 'cause that's, once we start that, we can't,
What's your time, what's the time frame to complete a project like that?
For them, 2.5, 3 weeks.
I was given a week and a half.
How many feet is it?
Give yourself wiggle room.
I mean, we can make a wager. The reason why I'm gonna tell you that is because you don't have the right equipment to do the job, right? We don't own the right equipment to do that job. The city doesn't. Our Mini X is not that. Okay. Second off, we don't have all the proper other supporting tools to do that job. Second off, we have other responsibilities within our city that's gonna pull us off whether we like it or not from doing that job. So therefore, it's gonna take you approximately real close to 3 weeks. And I'm only telling you this from the experience that I've seen other projects being done in the city. I know what's gonna happen. And it's not pinned against y'all. We have responsibilities. A city does not put in 1,500 feet of water line themselves.
Yeah, it's usually contracted out.
A city changes out 50 foot or 100 foot of water line, right? And sometimes that takes 2 freaking days.
Yeah.
Just saying. I mean, be smart. You know,
Yeah.
be dumb.
Yeah.
And
That's
this
why I
is
asked
not-
the questions,
and
if
this-
we had
this
what
is-
we needed and if we could do
And this
it.
is not a project for our city. A
So then
1,500
we've
foot
gotta
water
get it
line
out to
is-
bid,
Yes.
so that we can get it going. Have we started that? Have we looked at that at all?
No, well, 'cause I seen the price of just for us to do it, so I haven't. I needed to come in front of y'all first.
I'm telling you right now.
So we gotta get it done, so.
It'll require budget amendments, and then it's gotta be done, but.
First thing we gotta do is figure out how much, and then we can figure out where to get the money from.
But you need some different machines. You need backfill support. You need dump trucks. There's all kinds of things that we got one dump truck, right? And you're gonna have to have the material here. You gotta be able to load the material. Oh, guess what? Your backfill support is your backhoe, which is also the machine that you have to load the dump truck with. So how are you gonna figure that one out?
Do we have contractors that we can reach out to right away?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Yes, you do. The gentleman that was at our meeting. I sure hope you got his name because he sounds like he's a very, very, very valuable guy to have around.
At the water plant?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I do have his.
I also have to contact.
If you haven't reached out to him yet for
They do
anything, you
this,
need
but
to.
we're talking
Shame
about
on
a
you
week
for
and a
not.
half
I do have his card.
Goodness, my goodness.
Can you make it a top priority to push to have those for our next meeting so we can figure out how to move forward?
And that guy really likes to help cities with things that are a thorn in their side. He prides himself. I mean, it was his dad started the company, so he likes to be able to help cities out of binds. He uses that for filler work. That was just in conversations I had when we had that meeting with the engineers and all that.
So you can make the commitment to do everything possible to have, what is it, over 50,000 we have to go up for 3?
It's gonna be over that.
Yeah, I just went ahead and got 3 anyway on just the material though.
Okay. If you make a commitment to get those to us by the next meeting, then we should table this until we can get those bids. If we're 100% 100% certain, and it sounds like we are, that we can't do the work ourselves, that's your next step.
Yeah, it's gonna be over that, but I mean, this, this is still one of those scenarios where a past employee told people that something was in a place that it wasn't. And, I don't know.
And you
I don't know how the
those
city's left
to
holding the bag
her
on
so
this.
she can get them to us.
Yep, I was throwing that.
So we can start working on the ideas prior to the meeting on where we're gonna get the money. I know there's some discussion, but. So with that, I'll make a motion to table.
I'll second it.
I know.
No, table until the next meeting.
I wouldn't think you'd wanna table it. I would think you'd wanna put something in your motion about him making sure he has
Yeah, I agree with that.
a bid before we come back to the next meeting.
Table it with the understanding that Public Works Director will have bids to us before the next meeting.
Yeah, if you table something, you're tabling it.
Yeah, you
You're
just need to make a
emotionally that
motion.
you wanna make him have
Right.
bids back.
You make a motion that he would have bids back by the next meeting, and we would then re-intervene with a plan moving forward.
There's my motion.
I think you have to say it.
Put some words in there.
I'm not in a position anymore to make motions. I was just giving you a suggestion. Do you have a motion?
Go ahead. What was that?
It's about. So I would abstain. Right, to your project, is that right?
Is that your project?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you get.
Can't vote.
Yeah, I would stay.
It's not, yeah.
But we have a motion. Did you make a motion?
Chris, make your motion.
Make my motion, so it is for Public Works to go out and get 3 bids and get them back to us before the next meeting.
There you go.
I'll second that.
Love it. Your votes?
Jeff Coder.
I'll second.
That's okay, go ahead and vote, Chris.
I'll make a motion, yeah. Chris Burkett, so you got your.
There you go.
Do we need to know that Greg would have to please vote?
Yes. Yep. Alright, so that takes us to our discussion on the role of legal counsel in city affairs where the council has authority to act. James Chin.
So in this case, I sent the above items to Mary and legal and you, saying that, hey, just add this. Just add this in the next meeting. And I get this email saying that, as to the merit pool, can you describe what you have in mind? What amount are you talking about? Are you suggesting an area to be reduced? As a councilman, I don't have any of those answers. None of these guys sitting here, they have the answers. The answers will come out when we all sit together and talk about it. We agree on it. I can't answer any of these questions, and nobody in this world can answer these questions. So don't put me in a position where to answer the impossible. I can't do it. So don't ask me questions like that, asking, where's the money? And then it comes, when you talk about, city council, city secretary or city administrator, then I said city administrator / city manager. That was my request. And we went on to just talk about city administrator or city manager and saying that, okay, it's got to go to the ballot and things like that. We need impartial representation from legal. You got to tell me, okay, call it city administrator, so that way we can move forward. You got to tell me. You can't ask me questions about where's the money, how are you going to put it, what are you going to do. None of that. I'm just asking you to put that in the agenda. Just put it in the agenda. That's what I'm saying. Legal, just stay legal, and don't say, where is the money, what are you going to do with it. I can't answer any of that stuff.
Part of my job, I feel, is to make sure the city does stay legal, and I understand that you got frustrated with my response. I was included on the email, so I kind of naturally thought you would not object to feedback. I think we see a lot of things when we're talking about putting things in the budget where things will kind of die on the vine, and that was when I was specific with the merit pool. It was like, I just wanted you to be able to do your best if you want to talk about something. That was not really a criticism, and I'm sorry if you took it that way. I was just really trying to assist. As to the city admin, city manager, you sent a suggested job position that was as a city manager, and then that's why I was like, well, we can't have a city manager manager, and I didn't know if you knew that. And so like I said, that was not a criticism, I was trying to provide legal feedback.
But if you're asking me about, where's the money, things like that, I can't answer it. None of these guys can answer it. Mayor can't answer. Why are you asking me those questions?
Well, because I think that it's important when you're talking about adding things that cost the city money to look at where those things are gonna come from, and I think you kind of I think maybe we talked about a lot of this just already today, about where, things will be pulled from.
I can't answer them.
And so I understand that, but I think if, it's fine. I was not trying to be insulting, I was trying to assist.
Yeah, no, we have nothing against you, Lee, but, just keep it legal, that way.
And I feel that I
Yeah.
was, so I want to be very clear, I was not trying to act outside any legal authority, was not trying to be insulting, I was trying to assess.
Yeah, just let it go like that for this time. Well, don't put me in a position where I can't even answer anything.
So no action.
No action, but, we can't have it.
All right, so that's going to take us to as discussion and action to schedule a future workshop special session regarding budgets.
Yeah.
We need to figure out when we want to start meeting again. I know it's in the minutes since we've done that, but we still have a lot of discussion to go through before we start doing any public notices. I did get today the final liability payments on what that's going to be and what increases and decreases we have, and there's a lot to digest with that. But I need to get all of y'all in one setting for a few 1 hour increments at least, because we still need to go over water, sewer. The smaller ones are easy to breeze through, but as it's looking right now, without carryover, we still need to cut almost $200,000. So some things to keep thinking of. That's why I would like to get all going. What days, times work? Because I think we need at least one next week. And of course, the new legislature is September 1.
Yes.
So
yeah.
With the 3 business days for agenda postings, I have to have more than 3 days notice.
Thursday.
We're starting September 1st.
Starting September 1st. So
right.
Obviously, we're still in August, so we have still have time to do the 72-hour rule.
I'm out of Monday and Tuesday next week. That's any other day I'm good.
Can do or cannot do Monday or Tuesday?
Monday and Tuesday.
Okay. I'm in Austin for training Thursday, Friday next week. At least Wednesday, and at least Wednesday next week.
Wednesday.
Wait, somebody was tied up Thursday, sorry.
I was supposed to leave Wednesday afternoon to go to Austin. I gotta be in Austin 8 a.m. Friday, or Thursday morning.
Well, we can't do it Wednesday.
No,
No, you gotta,
they're all the whole next week. So, yeah.
When you coming back? Coming back next week or no?
I'll be here next week. I'm just going to be leaving Wednesday evening. I'll be gone Thursday, Friday for legislative updates.
You'll have to move it to the following week, and there's no.
I mean, we're gonna have to. We're gonna then hit, public notice timeframes for tax rate.
so what about Monday? Are you good Monday, the following week?
I'll be good.
25th?
They can handle the meeting without me.
Are you guys gonna have your first, are you gonna have the 26th? You're gonna be here, aren't you?
The 26th, we'll be here for our first standing,
Right.
workshop that y'all talking about.
So we could potentially do part of that as a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as
Just
we
budget
keep
on
it.
there.
Yeah, that's what, I mean.
Yeah, Tuesday 26th. Is that the Wednesday 26th?
6:30, 6 o'clock?
Well, it already said
6:30.
6:30. That one.
6 is good.
I think if we're gonna try to squeeze some budget in it, we should probably let it 6 that day if
Do
everybody's
6
available.
o'clock, start the budget, but then you could actually piggyback it onto the other meeting too.
Roll it right into it.
If we need to
That
roll,
6 work
we
for
need to
you?
roll into it.
So far, it's been okay.
We'll try to keep it quiet until you get here.
So that means Kevin.
Kevin, Kevin will be here.
26, 6
Yes.
o'clock?
26, 6 o'clock.
Okay. future agenda items? Oh no, we gotta have votes on that, dang it. Sorry, guys. Shoot. I know. 3 o'clock comes early. No, we gotta have a motion and votes. We got a motion for the 26th.
I'll make a motion for the 26th meeting.
6 p.m.
Yeah, George.
Greg Sprinkle.
James Shem.
Chris Burkett.
Made it all around. Now we go to number 10, future agenda items.
I think we've got a bunch of them set up for the next one.
So a council member may request items to be placed on future agenda. Anybody have anything for next? Or we're gonna take everything that we've gotten so far? Anybody have anything on the
We don't have
mind?
much time, right? We gotta do it before the next 25th or something, right?
Sir?
We'll have to do it because of that 7-day thing. We gotta do
Doesn't
it.
start till September.
Yeah, but,
Start in September?
but this is, we're talking about our next council meeting. Essentially is what we're talking about.
Is there anything we know about right now that you want on there?
I don't have anything now.
Okay. So nobody has anything, we can move forward on that. Number 11. Where did it go? Oh, there it go. I had one. Number 11, citizens input, 3 minutes, for non-related, and Cecilia Ruin. Cecilia Ruin?
Cecilia Urban.
I'm sorry, I'll have to print it better.
Oh, wow.
I'm a drafter, what can I say?
Well, no, the other one, oh, yeah, you know what, the writing on the other one was better. I did not even know it was the same, and it's your handwriting, but I didn't even know it was the same person swear on my life.
That's
Looks like
because
women to me.
That's because it's 10 o'clock at night and you can't see straight anymore. Okay, for my 3 minutes, I just want to discuss, I live over in Hell's Retreat. We have a contractor coming through our neighborhood, building houses. I know we're going to be passing, leave my handwriting alone. I know we're going to be passing some new regulations and stuff after we get past this. But this guy is building things like right under the wires. You know, I've got some pictures to show the one he started on Kirk, which is. Yeah. Same one. I'll hand this to y'all. There's 3 pictures. And I'm just concerned. I don't know how things are inspected around here. I know when I built my house, I had a permit on the front, I had to post, and we had inspectors that came through and looked at things. I don't know what they're doing anymore because it's so substandard on what's being built that I'm just concerned. I mean, I know we've got a lot of things coming through right now, new neighborhoods coming in.
Where's that at?
Is that the address? Is the first one on the right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Still plates. That far off the concrete.
Is that the new one?
Yeah.
Right there.
This one
turn on the-
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I don't get
He's
inspected.
had foundation inspections, I know for sure.
We were out there at the end of last week, we were just now on the foundation.
Oh, well, they've got the.
Oh, you know, we're cutting into your time. You had more to say.
No, I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention because we've got a lot of new neighborhoods coming in and I don't know what kind of inspections they're getting anymore. I mean, I've been in the business and I'm not seeing.
We need to address that with Bureau.
So there's another one in our neighborhood that's for sale by the same guy and the same thing, it's right under lines. And it's been for sale for a while, but anyway.
I think it's 400 Kenny is the one that's done.
It's at the corner of
all building inspections.
Kenny and Holly. So anyway, just wanted to bring this to y'all's attention. They've got the roof on it now, so.
That is crazy, we just put their sewer in last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, 116 first went up real fast.
Well, it's your co-ops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'd call co-op on that.
Co-op.
That was FTC. Yeah, I've got some calls into BP today already. I'm waiting on return calls.
I'd call that, I'd call the electric company.
Call it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia.
You're welcome. I didn't No, it was just a fill out of paper, but I have.
Not even
Golly.
on the concrete.
Wake up. You can fill it, yeah, you can fill it out after.
I'll hang out.
Okay. My name is Teresa Sparks, and I have applied to be on the Planning and Zoning Board. The problem is that I'm not a resident in the city. Well, we don't know if it's a problem. We can't find the bylaws, or if there is bylaws. And since there was legal here, I thought I would address it with the council, just to maybe, if we have to create bylaws, I'm not sure how it needs to be handled. I do live in the county. I live in Quinlan. Well, not in the city, but, so I live close, but I do have a commercial property here in West Tawakoni. So, we're not sure what to do.
What property do you own?
I own the 801.
Sorry,
Oh, you're not allowed to ask
no,
something?
we're unfortunate.
Okay. Well, I live in, I bought the property at 801 on 276. It's right past the fire department on the other side of the one that they're trying to do the RV thing at. It's a little one on the corner of Dover. That you've seen a little building out there and some patios being built. So.
We can check into this for you.
That'd be great.
Percentage, I remember.
We can check into this for you.
We have, I found the ordinance that states the number of members, but we cannot find the bylaws. Our people that are doing our zoning did tell me that we can actually create the bylaws in our new zoning ordinance.
And we can add it, because I think you can allow for it, but generally it's not, and that's what I was.
And at the end.
EDC's got really specific statutory rules for percentages and like how close and stuff like that, but I don't know of any specific ones for P and Z, and I can look into it, but I think it's one of those things the code of ordinances would have to allow for. We could create a carve out of like within such a range, or like a commercial business or something like that, that we could in fact allow for it.
They're there somewhere.
Okay.
We did, they are
Okay.
there somewhere.
We can check into this.
But that's
We've been looking for a couple months.
We'll check
So.
into it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We would love to have you.
I'd
As
love
long
to be on it.
as long as our rules won't permit it.
We'll
Prevent it. Sorry. All right, that takes us to number 12.
Yeah, second that. Jeff, go.
Randy, Lindsay, Greg Sprinkle.
Very, very good. Definitely have to get back.
I was at, I kind of tried to do it on your mark, set, go type. Hey, Pam. You have mail. The Honorable Pam Reed. The Honorable.
Probably something else, perhaps on somewhere else, I hope. Right? 3 minutes is It's 3 minutes is
It's better than the egg timer though.
Yeah. Yes. It's the 911. Just your actual words. I was trying to